chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Even when you've got a pile of emerald that looks like this, even some of the larger gemstones, which are mainly reserved to put into jewellery, if you hold one of the bigger stones up to the light, you'll notice that only part of the gemstone is light and gem-worthy. The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the Sign Up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Also referred to as dysthene, is best known for its deep, rich colours and rarity. The name is derived from the Greek word kainos, meaning blue, and although it is not a birthstone, it is often associated with the zodiac signs of Aries, Taurus and Libra. Its clear, strong blue to bluish-green appearance has placed kyanite in the direct association with loyalty, serenity, calmness, innovation and dreams. For more of this incredible gemstone, stay tuned to us.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a busy old day here at Jewellery Maker, but don't worry about that because we are here to ensure that you can maximise on your 1 P&P per day, make the most of that offer by bringing you add it to your order prices all night long here on the late show. And first thing I've got to make everybody aware of is our superstar buy. Have a look at this strand of Labradorite. Woohoo! Look at that Labradorescence. That's sort of like a lemon-like glow, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Look at this one. Boom. Blues and purples coming through on that gemstone. Oh, it's a very nice violet. Whoa, look at that. This is spectacular. Then you've got the sort of the sunrise tones there. Oh, I like that. Now, each and every one of these gemstones is large enough to be used as a pendant within a design, I believe. That is spectacular, isn't it? Even our light box, you can really see the Labradorescence coming, well, really making the gemstone come to life. This is coming up at 8:45 this evening as our superstar buy. We tend to leave our most exclusive launch of the evening until the end of the show, and we also give everybody an exclusive launch price. So your best opportunity to own this strand is coming up this evening at about 8:45, so you don't want to miss out on that deal. But I have to make everybody aware of one other deal I have. Now this is at 7:30, is that correct? Okay, this is a head pin double star buy, one after the other. We have quite a healthy quantity of both lines, but whether we've got enough to go round is another matter altogether. You get a huge number of head pins. These are all flat head pins, gold-plated copper, if I remember rightly, and I think you get 300 pieces. And these are the gold-plated head pins. Gold-plated copper head pins. Quite a large head on the actual pin itself there. So those are the yellow gold ones, and back to back we're going to launch these. We've also got the rose gold variety. 44mm in length, and I was thinking the head looked quite large. It's actually a 3mm head on the diameter. Normally I think they're about 1 mil or 2 mil. So yeah, they are a little bit larger than usual. And it's a wholesale deal. Everybody needs their head pins, and you get 300 of them in both bundles. So we're going to do them back to back. They are separate items, they're not bundled together. So if you need both, then stay tuned at 7:30. But it will be the most fantastic way to increase your stash of head pins. And we've got some other findings deals coming up as well as our gemstone bundles, of course. But without further ado, let's try and find some add it to your order price for everyone. Look at my hair, it's all gone messy. You think I'm looking good? You like my tie? Compliments from director Bruce, I like it, I like it. Sam, what do you think I look good? That's all that matters then. You're the only lady in the room. Right, let's stop meshing about. Oh, where's the oh, here it is. It's this one, isn't it? Am I right in thinking it's this one? Number 16. Here we go. So these are probably the easier meshes to incorporate into your design because of the colour tones. Quite traditional metallic tones. You've got sort of yellow gold, antique bronze and rose gold, or copper coloured, I suppose. I prefer to think of this as rose gold as opposed to bronze, personally. I mean, they're not actually the metals, they are just the mesh. But this is magic mesh, so everybody loves this, and we've seen it being used to great effect over the last few months. Of course, what people tend to do is create structural pieces using wire and then stretch the mesh around it, particularly good for, say, like leaf designs or floral designs, because the texture of the mesh tends to lend itself to those kind of looks, particularly leaves. I always think it looks great as leaves, but I have seen people using it in a variety of different ways. Of course, people tend to set gemstones inside as well because it will pull tight. In fact, do you know what? It might be better if I show everybody how it's used. Is there any mesh kicking about? Yep, Pete's on it. Ah, okay. But also, is there just some loose mesh that I can show, just to show how it actually reacts? I'll show these designs, and Sam will get me some mesh. Is that right? Have a look at this. So I've just been discussing the idea of using it in leaf-like designs, and there you go, perfect. Actually, this has a sort of Native American feel about it, I think, this particular design, but not just as leaves, of course, or petals, also perfect, actually probably even better as wings. Look at this dragonfly design, always popular, dragonflies and butterflies. This is the 18mm version, and you get 1 metre of each, so 3 metres of your 18mm, which is the larger of the two sizes. We've got a 10mm and an 18mm. You can see how it can be used to create textured finishes to structural pieces. £7.95 for 3, so you get 3 metres for £7.95, and hopefully you've seen how this works before, but it's basically you can push and pull and stretch the mesh itself into the shape you want, and it will always return to the original shape. And hopefully that's quite clear, and anybody who hasn't seen it before, then why not take the plunge? Dial that free phone number, get your mesh home and have a little play. Before too long, you'll be creating some incredible wire mesh pieces. It's very fun to work with, I have to say. Actually, I was lucky enough to sort of do the relaunch of wire mesh on Christmas morning, and it flew out the door. I thought people would have been unwrapping their presents, but they weren't. They were buying wire mesh. £7.95. Sam remembers. Sam was here with me on Christmas Day. So there you go. £7.95 for all 3. And immediately we've created a bit of a queue on the phone lines. Don't panic about that. You will be answered in the order in which you dial, and it is a free phone number, so nothing to worry about. And of course, if ever you see an item here at Jewellery Maker and you think, oh, I've never seen the demonstration on that, simply go to YouTube, type in Jewellery Maker, type in the item, and you're bound to find somebody, one of our experts, demonstrating the item. In fact, my producer's just done that. I said, should I open it? And he was like, honestly, the YouTube channel is full of amazing demonstrations in how to use wire mesh, and the expert designers are going to do these products a lot more justice than I ever could. So simply log on to YouTube, and we know that a lot of our customers now are shopping with us online, of course, at JewelleryMaker.com. And of course, my advice as ever, if you do place an item in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. If you are shopping with us via the phone line, then you've got nothing to worry about, because our award-winning help team will deal with everything for you. You can add this to your order for just $7.95. Hugely impressive deal, and especially if people do see how this enhances their designs once they've used it. It's another one of those items which I think was a little bit, people were a little bit standoffish when we first launched it, but as soon as people started to see the way the likes of Gemma Crow, for example, was manipulating the wire mesh to enhance their designs. I mean, I think that bouquet that won Design of the Year was heavily influenced by the wire mesh as well. So once you see the way it can influence your designs, you'll be able to understand, oh, Sam, you're a legend. Here we go. So just in case anybody hasn't seen it, basically, you can stretch it out into any shape you want, stretch it around your wire, and then, as you can see, whoop, goes straight back to the original shape. So great with wire work, I must say. So anybody who's confident with their wire work and likes to create structural pieces, if you stretch your wire mesh around it, it's going to look amazing. And of course, because you can stretch it in, oh, there we go. My producer, feeling generous, he said, let's take this up a notch. Here we go, $5.95. Do you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to really annoy my director. Pete, get us any old bead, please. Doesn't matter which, they're all going to be genuine gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. As large as you can get, Pete. As a large round. No, that's small, Pete. Large, big. What kind of participation is this? Large. Do you understand the word large, Pete? They need to be larger than the mesh. No. Never mind it. Okay, I'm doing it myself. Get out of it. Look at this big tub of beads we've got here. They're genuine gemstones. Ooh. Do you know what, Pete? I might have to let you off here. Ooh, look at these. So what you could do, I wonder if you could stretch these out wide enough. Well, just can do this. I'll tell you what, it suits the colour brilliantly. So if you slot your gemstones inside, as you can see. Oh, maybe not. Haven't got it in yet. There we go. And then you can actually sort of frame them around the gemstone. There you go. So that's the look I was trying to create. Pete brings me a 2mm round. I'm only joking. Do you know what? My crew are all amazing. We have so much fun putting the show together. But yeah, we've done the demo now. I'm really pleased with that. Thank you, everybody, for helping me. And you can actually add 3 reels of this wire mesh to your order. Should have been $7.95, but my producer, this is a good sign on the first sale. He's taking the price even lower. He's taking it down to $5.95. So that's less than £2 per reel now. Wow. That is amazing. Okay, congratulations to everybody who got involved with that deal. Thank you very much to everybody who just supported my demonstration as well. We're going to move on though, and we're going to bring you grey moonstone, is it? Beautiful. Look at the variation of colour tones you've got here. We talk a lot about the variations that you get in this gemstone, because of course it comes in a variety of different colour tones. You've got rainbow moonstone, you've got peach moonstone, white moonstone, and of course grey moonstone. Now, I think grey moonstone offers you quite a lot of design scope because you've got those variations. So you've got silver tones, particularly, for example, when you see the adularescence on the surface of the gemstone. You see that? Look at that silver shimmer that you've got there, thanks to the optical phenomenon that lives within this gemstone. But also a real variety of tones from silver, then you've got sort of dolphin greys, ranging up to very dramatic colour tones like your storm cloud greys. I mean, look at this gemstone here. I mean, look at that. that would be so perfect. Maybe even as the focal point of a design. It's very dramatic, that particular gemstone, isn't it? Okay, so the current price for this particular strand is $9.95. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and of course it's last month's birthstone. Just thinking, maybe you've got a belated birthday gift to put together. This could be perfect. We are going to take it to the lowest ever price, and it will be a clearance price that will be as low as we can go to the penny. £6.19. Trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, trying to give you the best value on the market, and to be honest, I think we're succeeding. 95 carats of grey moonstone for $6.19, and actually on this recording there we can really appreciate the schiller that you get on the surface of the gemstone. Absolutely gorgeous, and of course these optical effects that you get from certain gemstones do tend to be big sellers for a lot of bespoke jewellery makers. So anytime we can bring you a clearance price on a gemstone like this, take advantage of that deal. Add these to your order, and potentially, even if you're in two minds, even if you're not quite 100% about whether or not this is going to suit your designs, get it home, see it in the flesh, match it up with other gemstones, and that way you'll be able to make an informed decision. I'd love to see this set with some rose quartz actually, because I do think the pinks and the greys tend to work very well. It's almost like a toned down version of a monochrome design, so rather than the very dramatic juxtaposition between the jet blacks and the ice whites, you can tone that down a little by using the sort of storm cloud greys and the pastel pinks. Actually, that's my outfit today. Can you see? My grey trousers and my pink shirt. So there you go. And actually, what's that, sorry? Yes, there is indeed. Sorry, everybody spoke at once there so I can hear you all. But there we go. They're trying to point out this strand. Actually, I have to say, I'm getting more and more impressed with the design skills of the crew. We've already seen producer Liam's silver clay work over the Christmas period. He's actually quite talented. Sam, of course, she's getting her own personal commissions. She's subsidising her income by elevating her hobby into a small business. And you can do the same with clearance prices on genuine gemstones. Was I right about this combination, or was I right? I'm not wrong. I like it. There we go. You like that?
Yeah, definitely. And you are right, it goes with your clothes as well.
And it goes with my outfit. There you go. I don't think I could pull it off there. Here we go. Moonstone down to a clearance price. We're up and running tonight already. Already we're getting phone calls from the bosses. We're going too low, I think. 95 carats in total, and that represents a clearance price this evening. And add it to your order price actually. So if you've already got your order up and running, add this to your order right now for £6.19. I'll have to leave that on with you. We're going to move on to our next clearance opportunity. And we want to fit in as many as we can. Ooh, look at these. Is this amethyst? Amethyst rounds. Just have a look at the intensity of the colour saturation on this particular strand of gemstones. $390 carats of amethyst here. These are 12mm plain rounds. We talk a lot about how popular amethyst is, how a lot of people are very aware of the gemstone. I think after the big four, it tends to be the most well-known gemstone. And of course, because people don't usually associate the likes of rubies and sapphires or diamonds with bespoke jewellery designs, I suppose amethyst is really top of the pops, really. And of course, a lot of designers explain to us that actually when your customers see amethyst on your stalls at craft fairs or whichever venue that you are selling at, that acts as sort of like a signifier to show them that you are working with genuine gemstones because they recognise amethyst. And of course, really, you only need to engage with your customers for a few minutes, and that way you can start to build a rapport, you can talk them through your designs, but it's making that initial sort of contact, isn't it? And look at how intense they are. I mean, on screen, they almost look jet black, don't they? But actually, I'll try and hold them out and see if we can get a little bit of colour passing through them. That might help you to see the purple hue. It is very much a purple tone that you're getting there. And you get these quite interesting inclusions on the gemstone itself, almost acting like a little matrix. Like a little banding on the sister gemstone. I think we can see the purple tone now. But it is very, very intense. There we go, very regal. That's what I can see when I look at it in the flesh. And of course, this is a much fairer representation of the kind of light sources that you will actually be dealing with. Should be $9.95, but this has fallen into a clearance section. We're going to take to the lowest ever price. How about matching this up with the superstar buy this evening? We've taken it down to £6.71. I'm thinking this Labradorescence here, this intense purple Labradorescence, how about that as a combo? You can use the Labradorite as your pendant and simply restrand the 12mm rounds. Quite a gem heavy piece actually that would create. But at £6.71, you are going to achieve a huge amount of profit because you don't have to tell anybody else that you've managed to get over 350 carats of amethyst for a clearance price, just £6.71. I can imagine people are going to be falling in love with that strand. We have got very, very busy so far this evening. Huge queues on the phone lines, but don't panic about that. Just make sure you are straight on the free phone number the second you see something you like the look of. We're always going to offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, and here, one of our favourites, gorgeous amethyst for £6.71. We're going to move on, and this time we're going to bring you gorgeous yellow quartz. So the golden hues here. So these would be perfect for the summer months. And these are very delicate. They're faceted rondelles, 35 carats in total. The rondelles themselves are 4x3mm, and they're very uniformed actually. There's no real irregularities in the size or the cut, despite the fact that these have been faceted to a very, very high level. So 35 carats in total, but just imagine the impact these are going to make on your designs. Yes, you've got that rich golden or champagne-like hue, but you also get a little bit of extra sparkle from the faceting that's been placed on the surface of these gemstones. As I say, it's very, very uniform. I would try and capture it actually and see if I can show you the fact that the facets are all placed on the same part. There we go, we can see it there, it's sparkling away. Quite subtle, champagne-like hue. Currently available for $10.95. It does of course fall in to our Gems of Distinction range because of the quality of the gemstones, the clarity, and the way they've been faceted, which will absolutely enhance your designs. In fact, I'm seeing sort of tiara designs. These would look gorgeous, wouldn't they? Should be $10.95, but for the next 60 minutes, we are going to take these down to a clearance price this evening. You imagine how difficult it was to find yellow quartz with this kind of clarity so that it can be faceted in this way. And then we take it down to £6.54. We're absolutely going above and beyond the call of duty this evening, giving you clearance prices. Usually, I think that companies tend to offer clearance prices on items that aren't very popular. Seems to be some of our most popular items here we're offering you the lowest ever prices on. Have a look at this for a combination. We just had a look at that regal strand of amethyst. Those golden tones with that intense purples looks really gorgeous. And of course then you've got the slight difference in texture between your polished rounds and your faceted rondelles. That looks rather spectacular. And of course you've got two clearance prices on these strands, but only for 60 minutes. We only ever honour our price reductions for 60 minutes. I've got people multi-buying this strand. I'm not surprised. That's the way to do it. It's a very regular buyer in London. So congratulations to you, Zena. See your name a lot. And so I imagine you are a very successful jewellery maker or a very passionate hobbyist perhaps. But we've also gone global on this deal, so that really does highlight the value we're offering here. Terry, we've got one of these winging its way over to you in New Mexico. So as I say, best value on the market for genuine gemstones, and our regular viewers are more than well aware of that. We're going to move on though, trying to fit in as many deals as we can this evening. Just have a look at these faceted rounds. Gorgeous royal blue tone here from one of the earliest materials ever used by man. Gorgeous chalcedony. When we talk about heritage, when we talk about a gemstone having a history and a legacy attached to it, chalcedony is absolutely fitting the bill there. And of course, one of the key things about chalcedony, and one of the reasons it's so useful to us as jewellery makers and crafters, is that the density and the way the gemstone actually forms really allows it to take on the dyes very well, and so that's why you get this intense tone. So this has gone through a dyeing process, not onto the surface of the gemstone. It does permeate into the centre of the gemstone, so it won't come off or anything. It's actually been dyed this colour, and as a result you get these beautiful royal blues. I mean, this is a colour tone that you wouldn't probably find occurring naturally on many gemstones. Can't think of any gemstones that offer you this rich royal blue. Maybe the odd sapphire, although it will almost certainly have gone through some sort of heat treatment. And that's why the dyed gemstones are so popular with jewellery makers. You've got 85 carats in total here. These are 8mm faceted rounds, and as a result of that process you get a very consistent colour tone across the entire strand, and that solid royal blue tone really allows the faceting to come to the surface of a gemstone and really makes it come to life, because the light plays on the surface of those facets. Basically, it's very, very sparkly. £5.28 is your clearance price this evening for this incredible strand of chalcedony. And we've got a premiere strand of opal coming up later this evening. How about this for sort of nautical look, which tend to be very popular during the summer months? And actually, these sort of icy or snow whites are quite rare to find as well. Probably opal is one of the gemstones where you're going to find that naturally occurring, and combined with the royal blues, it looks fantastic, doesn't it? £5.28 is your clearance price this evening. This is actually another Gems of Distinction strand. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you in chalcedony, and then producer Liam comes along and gives you the lowest ever price. On many of these strands we are going to the lowest ever price, and we've gone above and beyond on this one as well. £5.28 we've taken this one down to, from £8.95. So if you want to add that to your order, take advantage right now by dialing that free phone number. We're going to move on, and we're going to offer you the National Gemstone of Scotland, and a very, very popular gemstone with our audience. Possibly, again, because of its versatility, because of the options it offers you as a jewellery maker. You've got those rich chocolate browns, which, again, could be used in place of the sort of jet black tones, just to tone down some of those more dramatic or theatrical-like designs. And in fact, we've just been enjoying Laura Binding's inspiration on the afternoon show. And doesn't she always say, you wear brown mascara during the day and black mascara for your evening do? So for your everyday pieces, maybe replace those jet black gemstones with a bit of smoky quartz, although I'm not sure whether you're bringing the impact down much with this particular strand, because it is faceted again to perfection, and again you're getting lots and lots of sparkle, so I think you're still going to draw a lot of attention if you're wearing this particular strand. Okay, and we are going to offer you another price reduction. The graduation in size is very, very subtle on this strand, ranges from 7mm to 10mm, and we've taken it down to £8.87. You can see that we're going as low as we can to the very penny. It was actually launched at a very low price, and we never increased the price. The sales managers were in a good mood, and they retained the launch price, but it has made it into our clearance segment, so we've tried to do everything we can down to the penny, and we've now reduced this down to £8.87. And actually, I think smoky quartz is pretty much an ever-present for most jewellery makers, so any kind of reduction is a massive saving for you. Down to £8.87, and you've got 120 carats. Now, I was thinking to myself, I actually missed a trick here. I was thinking, wow, this smoky quartz is particularly sparkly, despite the fact that the faceting is really uniform and crinoline. It's still very sparkly. It's because we've actually put some sort of coating on the surface, which just allows the light to reflect a little more, and that as a result you get a very sparkly finish to the gemstone. Down to £8.87, but once again only for 60 minutes, so take advantage while you can. I'm going to leave that one there because, believe it or not, it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our first star buy, actually, isn't it? And this is our opportunity to bring to you a wholesale deal. So the idea is that the producers take a selection of gemstones and bundle them together to create a unique discount code. Now, here on the Late Show, this particular bundle, again, will only be available for 60 minutes. So my advice, get involved the second the graphics hit the screen. Start dialing the free phone number and put yourself to the front of the queue to avoid disappointment. No one's going to be disappointed when they get these gemstones delivered to their door. Have a look at this. 3 strands of the organic cuts, the rough cut nuggets. And so again, lots and lots of design scope, lots of texture from these gemstones. These are Dendrite Opals. Nuggets that range from 4x3 up to 12x4mm in size, giving you over 200 carats. Now, if you look very closely at these Dendrite Opals, you can see that the inclusions are very, very similar to sort of foliage. And so it's almost like you've got fossilized trees and plants caught inside the gemstone. That's the effect you get from the inclusions that you find on Dendrite Opal, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Actually, it's a monochrome strand, which we don't see very often because you've got the whites and the blacks there. Similar look, I suppose, to maybe like a White Opal quartz, something like that. Absolutely gorgeous. But this comes from the opal family, and so potentially you could offer people with October birthdays their birthstone, but in a very unique variety of the gemstone. Something that offers you something totally different to what I think most people associate with opal, which is that traditional colour play. Instead, you've got these dendritic inclusions, which are going to really enhance your design. So it's going to add texture on 2 different levels, really, not just with the organic cut, but also with those sort of dramatic inclusions. And the drama continues because we've also got over 300 carats of ruby zoisite. Again, the strand itself is over 80 centimetres in length, so you're getting a lot of gemstones. I love ruby zoisite. You've got that interchange between the forest greens, those rich emerald greens, and the ruby reds. Absolutely fantastic. This is actually the parent stone of tanzanite. So this is the host rock on which tanzanite tends to form, and so that's where zoisite as a gemstone family is really coming to prominence, and why people are aware of it, because of its very tight connections with tanzanite. In fact, without ruby zoisite, we wouldn't have tanzanite. So that's one of the reasons that people are aware of that gemstone. But from a sort of design point of view, you also get that gorgeous and traditional juxtaposition between the dark greens and the ruby reds. Do you know what? I know I'm going to get in trouble again, but it could be a bit of a Christmas gemstone. Bit festive, isn't it? The reds and the greens. And then, just to lift this bundle and elevate it onto another level, look at the sky blue tones you've got. The tropical blues from your Larimar. Gorgeous Larimar. We've talked a lot about this over the last few weeks because, of course, tends to be associated with, say, holiday style jewellery because it forms in very tropical locations, often Caribbean locations, and it tends to be used in that way. And so the organic cuts really lend themselves brilliantly to traditional Larimar designs. Some people may be looking at the sort of cuts that you've got here, and again, they might be a little intimidated if you were to, traditionally use the rounds and that's what you're comfortable with. Sometimes the nugget-like cuts, the organic cuts, can maybe throw a few jewellery makers. But I have to say, as soon as you start working with these, you'll never want to go back, because they do elevate your designs. They do give them that extra organic feel, which I think a lot of customers are looking for with bespoke jewellery designs. And of course, the opportunity to offer your customers the likes of Larimar, Ruby Zoisite and Dendrite Opal. They're very, very exciting chances, aren't they? $9.95 for all 3 strands. And don't forget, you've got over 80 centimetres on the Opal and the Ruby Zoisite. So it's more like getting sort of 5 strands, isn't it, for this price? That's incredible. Well, certainly the equivalent carat weights, I should say. Now, if people are sort of thinking, oh, I'm really not sure how to incorporate these chips into designs, just have a look at the way they will enhance your designs. These aren't the same gemstones, but just give you an idea of the kind of texture that you get from the organic nuggets. Love that. So you can set them alongside the rounds, and actually even more drama. You can see, oh, this is gorgeous. So these have been used here as a sort of frame for some other gemstones. I like that. That's gorgeous. And it does look sort of organic and holiday-esque, doesn't it? So you can imagine these are going to absolutely enhance your designs. If you're starting to put designs together for your little holiday break over the next couple of months, these could be the exact right gemstones for you. And if you are sort of caught in two minds, why not add the Chips and Nuggets DVD to your order? That's been put together by our expert designer, Mark. And the reason that he started working with Chips and Nuggets was for that very reason. He was a little intimidated by them, wasn't quite sure how to incorporate them into his designs, and so he dedicated his time to focusing on working with the rough cut nuggets, and now his designs are just spectacular. One way that I'll tell you that the nuggets work brilliantly is with memory wire. So if you've got a stash of memory wire, because you don't have to interpret the shape of each and every gemstone, you can just feed them onto the memory wire. They look fantastic. So that's one little tip that I've picked up from our guest designers. Dendrite Opal, Ruby Zoisite, easy for me to say, and gorgeous Larimar, all for under £10. You get a huge carat weight there, or, well, in fact, you've got over 600 carats of gemstones there for under £10. Now we've got another deal coming up in about 20 minutes time. That'll be our next star buy, and it's going to be a bit of a cord deal. You do get your clasps as well. This is very feminine, I have to say, producer Leah. We've got a sort of a little pink hue to these cords. In fact, it's been classified as metallic pink, and that's quite right actually. There's almost like pink and silver mixed in together. Who would have thought that that would be a good colour combination? Right, okay, I've already referenced that. But that's coming up in 20 minutes time. You're not going to want to miss out on that deal. Let's do some more deals. Okie dokie. Whoa. Ametrine. One of the rarest gemstones available on the planet. A one location gemstone. Forms in a mine in Bolivia, and it's actually a hybrid gemstone. But this isn't, you know, like a sort of synthetic that has a gemological name. This is Mother Nature basically putting in an overtime shift. She thought, yes, with amethyst I've nailed it, with citrine I've nailed it, but how about if in one mine in the world I mix the two and see how that works out? That's what she did. It has worked out perfectly, because we now have the hybrid gemstone known as Ametrine. So amethyst and citrine form at slightly different temperatures, slightly different depths and pressures within the Earth's crust, but they form in the same location. They tend to form in South America. That's where we get a lot of amethyst and a lot of our citrine. And there's one mine in Bolivia where there's a little vein that runs through the middle of the two crystal formations, and it has become a little hybrid. So you've got a mixture of the two colour tones. So you see the purples and the golden hues coming through within the same gemstone. And just have a look at this. Have we got that citrine glow at the top of the gemstone there? And look, actually, do you know what? Even if this wasn't the very rare hybrid of amethyst and citrine forming Ametrine, look at the cuts and the carat weights that you've got on each and every gemstone. Let's have a look at this. Hopefully we're getting that citrine hue coming through from the lavender tones of the amethyst. It's naturally occurring phenomenon there of two gemstones forming together to create Ametrine, and it absolutely enhances your design. So if people are aware of amethyst and they're aware of citrine, once you start to tell them the story of the one location hybrid gemstone that is Ametrine, they're going to understand that you are working on a higher level than other jewellery makers, that you're able to not only source some of the rarest gemstones in the planet, but also that you're a knowledgeable designer, that you understand the way that the gemstones themselves form and the locations that we actually find them. And I think that's going to provide you with credibility as a jewellery maker. I mean, I wouldn't be piling all of these into one design. I'll be using each and every one of these as a pendant personally. Make the most of the rarity of this gemstone. Maybe you actually want to keep them for yourselves. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 gemstones on this particular strand, giving you 200 carats in total. They vary in size from 14 by 11, which is already quite a significant size, up to 28 by 17. That's just huge, isn't it? So that works out that, let's say you did get this strand and you got 13. I mean, it may vary slightly depending on the carat weight. That means that you'd be paying just over £2 for each gemstone. These are genuine Ametrines, faceted to perfection. Just have a look at the level of the faceting itself. Just have a look at the sparkle that you've got there. Absolutely phenomenal. And of course, you're offering your customers one of the rarest creations put together by Mother Nature. Only found in one location in the world. Amazing. And not just, you know, one area, one mine. That's where we get Ametrine from. And here we've got over 200 carats and a very, very special price. If you do want to get involved, this does come from our Gems of Distinction range, of course, not just because of the quality you've got here, but because of the rarity and the carat weights on each and every gemstone. I mean, I can imagine this is quite a competitive market to enter, trying to source Ametrine, because it's so rare. But of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We've got very long-standing commitments and relationships with the mine owners across the world because of the unique way that we work. We work directly with the mine owners, and that way we cut out all the middlemen, we get the most competitive prices available to us, and we pass those savings on to you and regular buyers. And we've got a lot of customers who have been with us for over 4 years now, are aware of this, and that's why so many people flying in on the phone lines. Maybe you've just got a bit of a passion for owning the rarest gemstones and you intend to use this as part of your gemstone collection. Don't blame you, because you're talking about over 200 carats of Ametrine for under £30 here. But if you are somebody who does work very closely with your clients to put together personal commissions, this is a must-have. When you start to talk to your customers about the fact that you're working with a one-location gemstone like Ametrine, basically, I would say one of Mother Nature's little, I suppose, happy accidents. That's what we call them when a jewellery maker has an error that works out well. So this is one of Mother Nature's happy accidents, isn't it? She's been trying to create amethyst and citrine. She's ended up making Ametrine, but she's not disappointed. It's almost like when the wire, you know, your wire starts going in the wrong direction and you think, oh, that looks quite good. So Mother Nature's gone through the exact same crafting process, if you like, and she's come up with Ametrine. I have to say, she is a bit of a crafty devil, isn't she, Mother Nature? $27.95. Absolutely unheard of for over 200 carats of Ametrine. Again, you know, if you go back to my days on Gems TV when I was a producer with the company, can tell you that I have sold Ametrine for 3-figure sums, and I don't mean £100. So about hundreds and hundreds of pounds for Ametrine, and it's because it's so sought after. It's very, very rare. That's sort of part of the gemstone industry, isn't it? The rarer a gemstone is, the higher the price point. And also, people who do have knowledge of gemstones and do have a passion for gemology will actually be, I suppose, a little bit maybe overawed when they see that you're offering Ametrine, particularly of these carat weights. So this could actually take your customers by surprise. Maybe you just want to keep it for yourself. $27.95, absolutely not a price point I would associate with that carat weight of that gemstone, but I have to leave it there, I'm afraid. Looks like it's going to be a sellout deal, actually. So I will just pre-warn anybody who's got it stuck in their basket, make sure you check out. And anybody who's caught in two minds, get it home. You've got 30 days to appreciate that little juxtaposition between the lavender amethyst and those golden citrines, and you can make an informed decision. This could be the perfect accent, actually. You've got very similar facets on the surface of the gemstone. You've got a very similar colour hue that you'd associate with the amethyst itself. 75 carats of amethyst. Can you see the similarity in the colour tones and the faceting? Oh, that is very sparkly. Actually, do you know what, Sam? I was thinking about your endeavours within jewellery making, because Sam, our tech ops, a very talented jewellery maker. You make traditional pieces, but you also create some sort of off-the-wall pieces. Definitely. As you've been talking about creating chandeliers out of gemstones, how about the Ametrine? These in the centre structure piece, and then the Ametrines hanging down. Yeah, perfect. And you like that? And for wind chimes as well. And the wind chimes, because when the sun goes through, you'll get the purple and the golden tones. See, I'm good with the colour tones, I just can't do any of the techniques. So there you go. I think that's the perfect combination. So everybody who just came through for the Ametrine, start dialing now, because we've got your perfect add it to your order item here. Your amethyst coins. They range in size from 9 to 14 mil. And here comes your price. $9.95 for 75 carats of amethyst, and it is a bit of a more subtle hue. We saw the intensity that you can get from amethyst earlier in the show. You see here, these are the two opposite ends of the spectrum, aren't they? Where you've got amethyst here that almost looks jet black on your screen, and then you've got the much more subtle hue, those lavender tones coming through, very feminine. I mean, that would go very well with, well, again, I think the pinks work perfectly with these lighter hues. That looks very, very beautiful, doesn't it? But then, of course, you could go in a completely different direction. You could match it up with more of the vibrant colour tones, of course. So I'm thinking maybe if you go for like the ruby reds, that might work, for example. Oh, I like that, actually. So it's all about design opportunities. It's all about design scope, and this particular cut lends itself perfectly to so many different designs. On top of that, the way it's been faceted is very, very traditional. This is the kind of cut that a lot of your customers might associate with, well, the cuts they see on the high street, or even from the master jewellers, the very top end designers. How about this? If you want to maximise on the profit you make from this gemstone strand, why work rings? You can make a ring out of each and every one, or if anybody wants to make me a present, cufflinks. You like that? Nice. You can see I've got some jewellery made cufflinks on here. One of the resident jewellery makers created these. Yes, these are the original pair. This isn't I emulated this design in the heart, but I didn't make these. I'm always honest, I'll never take credit for somebody else's work. Yes, I've seen this finding selection we have here. These are the rose gold plated copper, and these are really designed to go along with a lot of the braiding techniques. So they allow you to give a very professional finish to your kumihimo and your macrame designs. It's a matrix collection, so very, very comprehensive collection of findings. You actually get over 500 pieces on this. and I'll show you them. Take you through. Have a look at these. You've got these rather large charms, and I'm just going to hold them because they're too big for the tweezers. There you go. Heart-shaped charms. That's not all you get. You get 5 of those. Those have got that sort of brushed or frosted finish to them, which is the same on your flat charms, which come in a variety of different shapes. You've got your flower, you've got your heart, you've got your moon, and it's a half moon. You could actually use all of these together on a charm bracelet, couldn't you? So you could have a little bit of depth to some charms, and then you could have the flat variety. Oh dear, we actually only have limited availability on this. Now this is, sorry, let me just take something back, because I called these rose gold plated copper finers. They're actually rose gold flash. The difference is just the micron of thickness that's used to coat the metal itself. So rather than these being plated, they're actually just flash, slightly thinner, but you've still got the very high-end finish. You've got your spacer beads, you've got the little faceted cubes. In fact, we'll show you everything. There you go. So you've got your shepherd hooks, you've got your toggle clasps, you've got crimp beads. Is that right? Oh no, they're the little spacer beads I'm seeing actually. I suppose they can work as crimps actually, because they do squish together, but I would usually cover up my crimps with those. In fact, can use them as spacers. You've also got these little little connector clasps, which are so popular with Kumihimo designers. See that? Perfect way to link your designs together and give them that professional finish. Some people will actually use these as a pendant. Set a gemstone into them, maybe with monofilament, or wire wrap gemstones into the centre, or push them into a bit of polymer clay. You could use those as a pendant. Got jump rings here, and you've also got your bell-shaped clasps in 3 different sizes. Those again very, very popular with Kumihimo artists. You've got your ribbon cord endings to give any braided piece a very professional finish. Currently available for $27.95, but only for the last in stock. And I told you that my producer was in a generous mood. He's not messing around. Whoa, he's really not messing around. He's just put a crisp £10 note back in any Kumihimo artist pocket. I mean, these are essential items actually. To be honest, most of these items are essential for all jewellery makers. I'm looking here, I'm seeing a metre of rose gold flash chain. I'm thinking elsewhere, you could probably pay $17.95 for a metre of chain. You get it here as part of a very comprehensive selection of findings, giving you 530 pieces in total. One of the reasons you've got such a high quantity of items in this particular selection is the little spacer beads. I'm trying to think. Here it is. You've got 150 of the 3mm little spacers. I mean, these little crimp bead covers or spacer beads, whichever way you look at them, perfect for the micro macrame designs that people are doing at the moment. You've got 150 of these. Again, other suppliers might be charging you sort of over £10 for just these. $17.95, and these just come as part of this selection, which gives you 530 pieces of rose gold flash copper. I actually think that's quite useful when you're doing the braiding techniques, because of course sometimes you need to be a little bit more robust when you're trying to get your cords into some of these findings, and so the base metal could actually end up being a bit of a benefit, because you can afford to be a little bit, you know, more what's the word I'm looking for? Heavy-handed. Good work, Sam. So you can be a little bit more heavy-handed with the base metals, but you've still got that high-end finish from the rose gold. Metre of chain as well. $17.95 is a clearance price that will only be available for the next 60 minutes. So if you're interested in Kumihimo, that is a must-have with a £10 saving. Moving on, sorry. Okie dokie. Really single figures of availability. I was just about to say, it looks like Imperial Topaz, and it's actually been classified as multicoloured topaz. So you've got sort of a, do you know what I would classify this one as? Champagne topaz. How about that? Because you've got those golden tones throughout the strand itself, but they're quite sort of intermittent in where they are found on the surface of the gemstone, so it almost looks like a little bit of fizz running through the gemstone itself. Of course, topaz, another very, very popular gemstone, much like amethyst. People are aware of this gemstone because it's used a lot by the high street jewellers, so you see it pretty much on a daily basis. And the high street jewellers will set topaz not just into silver, but into 9 carat gold, even 18 carat gold I've seen topaz set into. It's a very popular gemstone, and of course another birthstone. This is in fact November's birthstone, and as a result people are aware of this gemstone. It could lead to greater sales, and you've got 100 carats here. I love this because of sort of, can you see the variation that you get from the gemstone because of the inclusions? Actually, do you know what it really does look like? Golden rutile quartz. They almost look like rutilations, the inclusions do. It's not very often that you can say that an inclusion enhances a gemstone, but we tend to find it quite a lot here on Jewellery Maker. Just have a look at this. Getting a little closer on that. Can you see it's almost like that sort of spun sugar effect that you get from rutile quartz, sorry. It's a very, very similar look, but here a much more well-known gemstone in the form of topaz. And these are your polished rondelles, which will lend themselves to so many different designs. Mark recently has been sort of setting these a little bit differently into the macrame bracelets, so anybody who's been watching those shows will already be aware that you can set these either way within your macrame bracelets. And actually, if you set them flat, it means you don't need as many, so they go a little bit further. Okay, let's have a look at our price point then for 100 carats of topaz. This is the current price point on our website, and of course we'll return to that price in 60 minutes, but we've just taken a crisp £5 note off the price. We're trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible by giving you the best value on the market. Under £10 for gorgeous topaz here, which to me looks a little like golden rutile quartz or imperial topaz perhaps. £9.95 is the price point, and that's the clearance price, but only for the next 60 minutes. If you want to get involved with that deal, you know what to do. Dial that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, and you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee to make your final decision. We're going to move on. I'm going to give you the chance now to get hold of a mystery gift. This is the perfect way to enhance your order, because you can maximise on your 1 P&P per day, and maybe you haven't necessarily seen the exact thing that you're looking for. Maybe you just fancy a treat. Well, for $14.95 you could get a mystery gift. This is good as maybe if you're investing in a present for somebody and you don't know which discipline they work within, or you don't know what gemstones they're passionate about. Get them a mystery gift. You're bound to get something they like, and you're almost, well, you're definitely going to make a saving. So what happens is, when the producers put together bundles, sometimes we might have some surplus stock. Maybe somebody's order doesn't go through, their card doesn't go through, or they change their minds, something like that. Instead of breaking it all down and putting it all back in the warehouse individually, we leave the bundle as it is, and it falls into one of 3 categories: under £10, under £15, under £20. And right now we're giving you the chance to own a sort of mid-ranged mystery gift to your order. $14.95. You could receive, well, anything, but what you always can be confident about is that the actual value of the product you receive will be worth more than the price point, because all of our bundles are discount deals. So the idea is that maybe you take sort of £20 worth of items and get it down to that price point of $14.95. This is just an example, so I can't say you'll definitely receive this, but for $14.95 you've got your elastic, your monofilament and your gold beading thread. You've got 115 pieces of gold plated copper. You've got tiger's eye seed beads, a Gems of Distinction strand of lemon quartz, and what looks like is a little faceted rounds of why is it escaping my mind? Unakite, that's it. So yes, having a bit of a renaissance at the moment, Unakite. So this is just an idea. You might not necessarily receive this, but if you think about it, this is basically a kit. Well, it is a kit. So somebody's put this together as a bundle. It's fallen into the $14.95 category, so you could receive all of that for $14.95. Very, very impressive. As I say, perfect for anybody who's trying to get a gift for a jewellery maker but doesn't know what they're passionate about. I have to leave that one with you then. We're going to move on because it is now star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. And on this occasion, producer Liam has bundled together some very popular items so that he can offer you a discount deal. I'm just trying to get it all sorted out here actually, because you get 5 of your rose gold plated clasps and 5 of your silver clasps here. So we've got 2 different lengths of cord here, and you get 1 metre of this 6mm cord. Now it's already plaited, the cord, so you get this gorgeous finish already, and you can see that it just slots into the clasp. These are magnetic clasps, so again it's all about creating a professional finish. There you go, magnetised clasps, very, very professional finish. And yes, if you've got a little bit of time, you can just manipulate that into there. We normally advise that you put a little dab of jewellery glue in there just to hold it, because we wouldn't want your design to come apart at any point. But any of the braiding techniques, you know, they do have the potential for looking a little more like craft work as opposed to bespoke jewellery designs, but these clasps give it the professional finish that it deserves and allow you to achieve that very professional finish and potentially a premium price on your braided bracelets or necklaces, I suppose. So these are the silver coloured clasps, and they're all magnetic. They're the larger size. They are 6mm in size, and they fit the 6mm cords perfectly, obviously. And you get 5 of those. We've also got the 3mm cord, so we've got the exact same finish, that sort of baby or metallic pink. Again, you get 1 metre in length, but this time 3mm in diameter. You've got that same plaited finish. And here we've got the rose gold clasp. You can see again, you can just fit it into there. Because they've got a little bit of tape on them, just hold it all together. We can't quite get it in there at the moment. I probably could if I forced it, but I won't. I'll leave it. So you can see that goes into there. Look at these clasps. Not only are they magnetic, but they also get the little S fasteners, so they click in due to the magnetisation, and then just slide that round. It's a very, very sturdy clasp to use on your braided techniques. Again, just a little dollop of jewellery glue to finish this. And we've already got people multi-buying this. We haven't even brought the price on screen. Now I know that the braiding techniques are very, very popular at the moment, but actually, you know what, even if you're not necessarily involved in macrame or kumihimo, maybe if you just enjoy working with a range of different threading materials and cords are something that you rely on, then this is a must-have for you, particularly with the clasps. So 5 of the large clasps, 5 of the small clasps, 1 metre of your 6mm rope cord and 1 metre of your 3mm rope cord. All bundled together and available right now for $9.95. Wow. How much could you normally pay for the clasps alone here? That is seriously good value, and regular viewers are very much aware of that. That's why the phone lines have just lit up like a Christmas tree. I've got so many people flying to JewelleryMaker.com adding this to their basket. Please make sure that you check out, because there are a lot of phone buyers coming through for this now. I knew the braiding techniques were popular. I just didn't realise how popular they were until I saw the phone lines erupt like this. Under £10, but for 2 meters of cord. I mean, elsewhere, you could pay these kind of prices for the cord alone, because it is very, very popular. And these are the kind of items which you might not necessarily factor in to the overall price of your designs when you're thinking about the cost of genuine gemstones and you're trying to come up with appropriate price points. You might not necessarily realise how much work goes in to actually putting these together, because all of that has had to be hand plaited. And this whole bundle right now, and it's a very feminine look actually, isn't it, is $9.95. I mean, any other time you'd pay $5.95 for just the rose gold clasp, which again already represents the best value on the market. But if you think $5.95 for that, that means for £4 you get the 5 silver plated clasps and your 2 meters of cord. That's the kind of value we offer you here with our star buy bundles, and that's why this particular deal has become so popular. Wow, June's got 2, Zena's got 2, Abigail's got 2, Catherine's got 2, new buyers, you've got 2. That's the way to do it here at Jewellery Maker. Maximise on your 1 P&P per day by taking advantage of the value we offer you on our star buy bundles. These would normally cost you $5.95. Right now you can have all of this for under £10. Start dialing that free phone number right now. We are now approaching limited availability, so if you have placed it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Hate for anybody to miss out because they left it in their basket. And of course, the deal will actually only be available for 60 minutes. So congratulations if you took advantage of that. We're going to move on and we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals with a price avalanche. So don't go away.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We are very, very busy. As I say, we've had queues on the phone lines. And we've got an award-winning help team. It's not because they're being lazy. It's just because the deals are so good, the prices are so low that people are flying through on our free phone number. And I would suggest the most efficient way to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker is to log in at jewellerymaker.com. But if you do place items in your basket, then make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Coming up very, very soon, well, at the top of the hour, 7 p.m, is another premiere launch. Brand new strand of White Opal. Very traditional colour tone. And of course, perfect neutrality from this particular gemstone. It will go with any other gemstone, won't it? Oh, in fact, I've just spotted a gemstone that will work rather perfect with this. Look at that. Boom, that's your monochrome design right there. So the opal's coming up at 7 p.m. as a premiere launch, so not long to wait for that. And coming up in, just 20 minutes time, it's this, isn't it? Yeah. The double deal of green amethyst and labradorite together. And I'll tell you what you do need, the superstar buy to go along with those. You've got a lot of sort of green amethyst labrador essence there, actually. Hopefully that's coming through. Is that coming through? Look at that. Oh, we're going to have a good time. Right, so these two strands coming up as a double deal in just 20 minutes time. But before that, we've got a price avalanche to get underway. So where are we going to start? Well, it's a very good place to start. Beautiful pink sapphire. One of the big four. Now, we had a strand last night that had been classified as shaded sapphire or shaded pink sapphire, but it was mostly ruby. This is absolutely pink sapphire, isn't it? Hot pinks, feminine tones there as well. You've got a lovely variation of colour fused across the surface of the gemstones, but on top of that, you're also able to offer your customers one of the big four. I mean, look at that. It's one of the most sparkly strands of sapphires I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. I love the fact that we just throw caution to the wind on normal technical terms within the industry, and we just rely on our own terminology, don't we, here at Jewellery Maker? So, don't worry about its refractive index. It's sparkly, and that's all that matters to us jewellery makers. I'll tell you what we have got coming up in the next hour. They've been classified as green sapphires, but I think they've got a real silver hue to them. Would it be possible to grab those? I think they're number 14 in the 7 p.m. hour. Memory. Thanks, Pete. Pete's going to grab them for me. I'm just thinking of these together. Thanks, buddy. Great work. So they've been classified as green sapphires, but I think they've got a bit of a silver tone to them. How about this as a combination? Oh, yeah. Imagine if your birthday falls in September and you want to put together a very special piece of birthstone jewellery. Well, that would be extremely high-end, wouldn't it? That is gorgeous. I love that combination. You don't have to set them with another very prestigious gemstone. You could keep your silver sapphires for one design and rely on your pink sapphires for a more feminine look. I think these look absolutely gorgeous. I suppose people would expect it of me because I do like my feminine gemstones. And you've got to be very, very careful, I suppose, with committing huge carat weights of any of the big 4 to your designs, because you need to be pricing your jewellery appropriately, don't you? And of course, when you are working with very prestigious gemstones, we were talking to Janet last night and she was saying pearls are always a winner. Well, she was absolutely spot on the money there, wasn't she? Look at these pink sapphires and pearls. Would anybody say no to that? Sam, are you mic'd up? Oh, brilliant. You've got a design suggestion for us.
I'm thinking a flower.
A floral design.
I'd have to laugh at him then.
So, Sam, we'll try that again. Your mic wasn't there.
I was thinking like a flower. And if you did like a pink around the pearl and then you did a silvery around the pearl.
Ooh, I like that. So you'd use all 3 strands together, but then we are pushing the potential price point up. But I think when you're offering people genuine cultured pearls and 2 different varieties of sapphire, people are going to be expecting to pay a premium, aren't they? There we go. In fact, Sam just went like this. Don't worry, you'd get that price point. So confidence in the price points that you can achieve if you're working with very high-end gemstones. Wow, 20 carats of pink sapphires for $24.95. That is hugely impressive. Yeah, me too. Sam just mouthed to me, oh, I was expecting it to be higher. I was thinking more like $39.95 because it's from the Gems of Distinction range, because you can actually see the quality of the gemstones from the way it's been faceted. I was expecting this to be very, very high in price. And I suppose some people may look at this and think, can that be genuine sapphire at $24.95? Well, we are the Genuine Gemstone Company. We lab test each and every gemstone strand to ensure it is exactly what we say it is. This is gorgeous pink sapphire coming from the corundum family. And actually, when you lay eyes on this hot pink sapphire, it might actually push rubies down the pecking order a little, actually, because it is absolutely phenomenal. Actually, you've got that variation. You've got sort of like plum-like colours on some gemstones, and then you've got the pastel pinks on others. So again, lots of design scope, and you don't really need to pile a huge amount of these into your designs. You can be quite sparing with them because the colour saturation is so perfect, and they're very, very sparkly. So they're going to make a huge impact on your designs. Perfect for my current attire, as I'm sure you'll agree. $24.95, that is an amazing price. We're going to move on. We've got a lot to fit in. Oh, really? Okay. Single figures of availability. Last in stock, so the price is going to come straight on screen. Multi-coloured amber. So you've got the chocolate browns, the cognac tones, the honey-like tones, and then the lemon hues as well. Ah, and Sam's just told me that all 3 times she's seen this, she's been working, so she's missed out on it 3 different times. Don't worry, we'll deal with that. We'll sell it out, then you won't have to miss out on it again. $19.95 for the last few in stock. And these are perfect 5mm rounds. Wow. Can you imagine offering your customers an amber macrame bracelet? That has got craft fair written all over it. What do you call it? National Trust venue, amber macrame bracelets. You'll be going home by lunchtime. You'll have already covered the cost of your stall, I reckon. Because amber's one of those gemstones that you don't see a lot on the high street. It's generally, I think, does have associations with bespoke jewellery, but it's just not a gemstone we see a whole lot of. It's quite difficult for us to get hold of. I think it's because, well, again, with any of the natural minerals, you can get sort of unscrupulous suppliers offering you, ripping you off is the word I should say, because basically they're trying to help other gemstones and masquerade them as amber. You would absolutely be able to tell almost instantly whether it was amber because, well, partly because of the weight. Amber's very lightweight, but also I just can't imagine another gemstone looking like amber. It has a very distinctive look and finish and feel to it, doesn't it? And actually, this looks like it's going to be a sell-out deal. We've only got 4 strands remaining in stock. Don't worry, we only really need to get to 1 remaining stock because Sam's going to go and buy the last one if there's 1 left. She keeps missing out. Don't let her. Dial now and wind up Sam. No, I'm joking. And actually, I'll tell you what, you get a lot of gemstones on there because they're 5mm rounds, which are quite delicate, but you've got over 40 centimetres on the strand itself. Love the variation as well because it gives you so many different design options. Very, very popular gemstone across the world. In fact, you get a lot of amber in like Siberia and Russia, And it's very, very prominent in lots of art movements in Russia, actually, amber. They carve it into into sculptures and everything. So it's very, very popular in other parts of the world. 1995, we're going to move on. One of my favourites. Love this. Look at this. I'll tell you what you need here. Head pins coming up about 7:30. Rose gold head pins. I just think rose gold and morganite are just a winner. I think most people are aware of that now, actually. And boom. There you go. Hot pink sapphires, morganite, set into rose gold. Talking about three-figure sums now, aren't we, for bespoke jewellery designs? Well, that's certainly what I'd be looking at if I was working with these kind of prestigious gemstones. Sapphires, of course, everybody aware of that gemstone. I love that combination, by the way. Sam, you having that? Oh yes, she says to me. Oh yes. But look at this. I mean, if you don't want to go down the hot pink route and you want to rely on that femininity, this gemstone is where it's at. And of course, we spoke about this in the past, but we get new viewers, new customers every day here at Jewellery Maker. We do have a very special relationship with this gemstone here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, because the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, actually is in possession of the largest cut morganite in the world. And so, you know, I suppose we just have a special appreciation for the gemstone. We understand how revered it is when one of the biggest gem hunters in the world just so happens that he is our boss here at Jewellery Maker, has got some very prestigious gemstones. He's got like a sort of like a 10-carat rubellite, absolutely unheard of. Huge tanzanites. You've got the geodes, but centre stage in our museum is the largest cut morganite in the world. And of course, it's been exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered in 1910, 1911. And so that always increases the prestige of any gemstone. Very, very feminine and, again, faceted to perfection. Now, these particular rondelles range in size from 5x3 to 7x3. And so they're quite large in size, actually, quite hefty carat weights from each and every gemstone. Very significant look. I'm thinking that these are going to look rather gorgeous as charms, potentially. That's what I always think when I see the broader rondelles. What are you saying, Sam? Sam's got a suggestion for us.
Kumihimo kit.
The
Then you use
Kumihimo.
stars and everything
Oh,
with
that's
that.
great with those charms, the rose gold plated charms with morganite. Definite winner. I love rose gold findings with morganite. It just looks so feminine. Okay, really, there's a couple left. We only had about 20 when we started, but I think there's a handful of the findings collections left. So if you want to get hold of 530 pieces of rose gold flash copper, then you can have that jewelry right now. $21.95 is the price point. Ah, that price point's gone up. It's a price avalanche. It has to go lower. He says no. Okay, $21.95. It's a Gems of Distinction strand. Oh, he's going to do it. Okay, so we made a little error. So the idea behind that price avalanche is that each item, the price is lower, but that was... Whoa! Oh, because you had to get it under the amber. I think you could have gone to like 1994. He's not amused. Well, when you're charging 25p a carat for morganite, you could actually, hold on, wait, 15 goes into 75 5 times, 20p a carat for morganite. That is ridiculous. Are these going to sell out? Oh, half the stock's already been allocated. Oh, I can imagine it's going to sell out. 20p a carat for what I would consider to be the most feminine gemstone on the market. I know that a lot of people talk to me about how well known rose quartz is, but do you know what? I think people who do have a passion for gemstones and gemstone jewellery if they're doing a little bit of browsing, you know, across the, am I allowed to say names? I've already said them once. So if they are doing a bit of browsing in Tiffany's and they're, you know, looking forward to maybe one day receiving a little blue box, trust me, I've actually bought jewellery that's come in a little blue box. And didn't get anything like 75 carats of morganite in the design either. Just silver, just a silver heart. 3 figures. Not even a diamond set into it. 3-figure sums. You can offer your customers huge carat weights of gorgeous morganite, a gemstone that Tiffany's exclusively sold when it was first discovered, and you don't need to get anywhere near 3-figure sums. So actually, you can offer your customers the kind of luxury that potentially they're never going to be able to afford from some of the top-end jewellers. Okay, we're down to the final 5 strands in stock. Me and Sam don't mind if only 3 more people come through, because we would have one of these at $49.12. Oh, actually, the price reduction's only available for 60 minutes, so we can't get it. Probably going, oh, did you see that? Like 5 people just add it to their basket on JewelleryMaker.com. I think we better leave that one. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment on that one. I'm really impressed with that. Okay, we're going to give you pretty much an essential deal for a lot of jewellery makers out here, and this is your earring findings. Now these are your posts and butterfly backs, and you get a little loop on the post itself, so it's quite easy to hang a gemstone from these. I'm thinking the Briolette top drill drops. Oh, what about if you got hold of the peridot ones from last night? Peridot gold always looks rather beautiful, and that way you're creating birthstone jewellery for the month of August, and it's going to take you about 10 seconds to make the pair. And of course, if you're selling birthstone jewellery at an upcoming craft fair, earrings are going to fly, aren't they? And because it's taking you such little time to actually put together the design, you can make the price point much more affordable. People will still expect to probably pay a bit of a premium because faceted peridot set into, it doesn't have to be peridot by the way, it could be anything, but I'm just thinking of that strand. Gold plated sterling silver, so you've got high end on top of high end, and of course we know how rare gold is expected to become over the next couple of years. And so anytime you get a chance to invest in deals like this, wholesale opportunities for essential findings, grab them whenever you can. Let's have a look then, 10 pairs in total. And here it comes. Wow, £1 a pair. So £1 a pair on the actual earring finding, and then if you think about the kind of value we've been offering on genuine gemstones, we've been taking gems of distinction strands to under £10 over the last few days, haven't we? So that means that you could potentially put together a pair of earrings for, well, as little as, well, let's say morganite. What did we just take morganite down to? 20p a carat? So even if you take 2 of these gemstones, set them on to yellow gold plated sterling silver, and you could essentially offer your customers morganite set into gold plated sterling silver for £10 for the pair of earrings. So that is seriously affordable. Oh no. Shall I pretend to be annoyed about this? Or can I just be happy for the customers? Another producer lowered the price on this finding only a few days ago, and we are, is it essential that we honour that? Yes, we've been told that it's important that we honour the prices. Oh, basically he's just saying, well, I'm not going to be beaten on prices, so he's matching the very low price that we offered you a couple of days ago, just £1 lower. But you know what, every little helps, as they say at certain supermarkets. But you know what, even the smallest of price reductions helps to improve your profit margins. We're now talking about under £1 per pair for gold plated sterling silver. Lots and lots of people flying through on JewelleryMaker.com now, and I'm seeing lots of regular buyers adding these to their basket. Make sure that you check out to avoid disappointment. One of the reasons that we're able to go to that price is because when they did it the other day, huge number sold, and we're now down to limited availability. So that's the only reason we've honoured it, but that does make it a little bit difficult if you want to multi-buy this. Congratulations if you have already added 2 of these to your order. I can absolutely see why. And don't forget, you need to have a huge array of jewellery when you are going to your craft fairs. And so earrings are absolutely where it's at. What was, who was it the other day that was saying that they have, was it Mark? He said he generally takes around about 400 pairs of earrings to a craft fair. I think he said something like 400 pairs. And, you know, I know that some people, you know, a little bit, you know, they find it a little bit difficult to work out exactly the kind of price points for the market that they're selling to. I can tell you, Mark is hugely successful at this. So if he says you need to have 400 pairs, start making earrings. They're upsells, aren't they? That's the thing. So you can maybe, even if somebody's sort of umming and ahhing about your statement pieces, you're always going to be able to sell them a £5, £10 pair of earrings. At those prices, those are the kind of price points that you can actually afford to place on your craft fair stall. £8.95 is a clearance price that's only available for the next 60 minutes on what I would consider to be an essential item. We've got to leave that one there because it is now time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and it's another wholesale bundle. It's been put together by our producer, but I have to say, before we even look at the individual strands, let's have a look at this piece of jewellery. Now, Sam's put this together for us. She's very talented, I must say. They work so perfectly together. Now, that's just a little addition, isn't it, that you've put in there, set in the centre. Oh, it's from the other bundle, the 5-strander that's coming up later. Great idea, Sam. Love the silver tones with the Labradorite and the greens. That works perfectly. I mean, these two gemstones, so complementary to one another. The Labradorite is acting as the perfect accent for the amethyst. And do you know what I think it is? It's a combination of the colour tones and the cuts. Because what you've got are little, I mean, this is what I would classify as wheels. So these are what we normally call the faceted wheels. So that's what you've got. And they're a little bit broader than the rondelles. They've got the flat bottom finish. You can see the way they almost sort of interlock on the neckline. I love that. And Sam is saying very easy to work with.
Yeah, if they came off the strand, I was able to just pick them up off the table after I took them off the strand to re-thread them.
Oh, right, okay, because they're just sort of stacked up.
You could just... to each other.
Ah, right, okay, so very easy to work with. Again, this is something that maybe I, as a presenter who is more focused on the gemological side of things, may sort of neglect from time to time. If ever there's anything you want to tell me off for, or any feedback you want to give us, don't hesitate. Just text into the show or message me on Ed Presenter on Facebook, and we'll look into those things. But that's exactly right. I mean, it's something I may not have considered. I think about the finished product, but the practicalities of putting the design together. Sam's saying this is really easy to work with because it's so easy to re-strand the Labradorite itself. Sam, why don't you come and talk us through the design itself, in fact? So what you've been saying... Do
you want to do your sale first? And then
no, I want you to talk to me about this design first, because I'm a little bit taken aback by this. So this is Tech Up Sam, who I'm always talking to. She's normally on cameras. But you love jewellery making, don't you, Sam?
I do. I do absolutely love it.
So what did you think when we offered you these two strands to work with? Did you love it?
That was the best bit about today, to be honest, because Liam just gave me all of them. Yeah. And so, oh, sorry, I took it out of shop.
You can admire it later, Sam. Right now.
I was basically offered all of them, and then I took both the bundles with Labradorite, and because I have become to love Labradorite lately.
Ah, because you weren't too sure about Labradorite before, but now it's won you over.
I do. I love it.
There we go. We haven't even talked about the gemstones yet. So we're looking at your design, and you were saying that it's easy to work with.
It's really simple. For anyone who's new to jewellery making, that is the simplest thing you could make.
Oh, right,
I genuinely believe that, because it's literally just a bit of bead and thread, and then you just loop it round, and it's done. It's so simple.
Very effective. And then you've just put a little spacer there just to hide the crimp bead.
No, it's just so I could weave it back through.
Oh, okay.
So then it would make that circle.
But it's those little bits of detail, I suppose, that...
It just makes it a little bit more noticeable to people.
Yeah.
Instead of just restranding a strand, you put those little bit of fine things in and it just catches people's eye a little bit more.
But it's very easy to restrand the Labradorite there, you're saying?
Yeah, very easy.
Is that just because they sort of interlock? Like,
Yeah, extremely. Because they interlock so easily. It looks like it's meant
Well,
to
I
be
think
like
that we should also credit producer Liam partly for the design, because the colour tones work so well together.
Yeah.
The design brief is pretty much done for you.
Yeah,
The Labradorite and the green amethyst just
He
work.
gave it
don't
to me
they?
and I put it on the table and it came like that.
Particularly with a little bit of silver, and actually on the green amethyst you get the little spacers on the strand itself, so you could use them in the design
Yeah.
as well, couldn't you?
And also it's easy to recycle all of the jewellery, because after you wear it for about 3 months or so you may get a little bit tired of it.
Right.
So I'll do something later to show that you can reuse jewellery.
Ah, okay. So you're sort of upcycling your own
Yeah.
bespoke jewellery designs.
Because I
like
get
it.
bored after about a month of my stuff. So I
Do you know what? I
remake it.
hear this from a lot of the ladies in the workshops as well. They're saying they put the design together,
And then you get bored.
but then they're like, well, yeah, just chop it up.
Because your clothes change. Your clothes change, so your jewellery's got to
So
change.
your clothes change from season to season, and
Yeah.
you alter the jewellery designs accordingly.
Exactly.
I'm
And this way
learning.
you don't have to
I'm
have to
learning.
keep buying the same thing, but you do need to buy more findings and more strands to go with it to make it look different. Otherwise people will start to notice that's the same strand being recycled over and over.
Genius. Okay, that's good then. Oh, thanks, Sam. It's a fantastic design. Brilliant and lovely finish to the piece itself as well. And you can see the way the labradorescence is almost being influenced by the green amethyst, actually, because you've got a lot of sort of lime green tones coming through on the labradorescence itself. Can we see that? Oh yeah, it's definitely coming through on screen. So let's get the price on. Whoa! No wonder he was so excited to get the price on screen. I was thinking, it's all right. That is totally ridiculous. Why did we bother getting Sam to make any jewellery? We didn't need to inspire anybody with this. That kind of price point. Sam, you just wanted to make this piece of jewellery, didn't you?
I think I need to make something out of every single box, every single
Yeah,
hour.
yeah, I bet you do. Get back to work. Unbelievable. Just can't get the staff. No, that is a fantastic design, and actually, well, what more do I need to say about the price point? I mean, that is just phenomenal. Talking about under £5 per strand here for green amethyst. Again, one of the most well-known gemstones on the planet, but an alternative variety offering you those sort of crisp apple greens. Faceted wheels there. And then you've got a very similar cut, but a slightly different size in your Labradorite. So that's why they work so well together from my perspective, because the Labradorescence is picking up on the green tones, and then you've got the shapes almost mirroring one another. I haven't even touched on the fact that you also get these little base metal spacers, which will absolutely enhance your design. This is almost like a bit of a, really a sort of a design brief in itself, because they just work so well together. You don't need to do a great deal of work, do you? $8.95 here, and you've got over 100 carats of gemstones, two of the most popular gemstones for all jewellery makers, green amethyst and labradorite for $8.95. People are flying in here, taking 2s and even 3s of this bundle. That's the way to stock up on your gemstone selection, particularly if you want to stock up on, I suppose, two of the most popular gemstones, the gemstones that are going to lead to greater sales for you as a jewellery maker. Both of those coming from our Gems of Distinction range, and then we're giving you them both for a price point that I wouldn't even expect to see on either of those. Expect both of them to be $9.95, but two for $8.95. That just goes to show the value of our star buy deals, isn't it? Okay, we've got to leave that one with you, and don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, the premiere launch of this beautiful sort of milky white opal. Again, faceted to perfection, and the perfect gemstone for any monochrome design. It's coming up in 20 minutes time. Okay, moving on. And, oh, lovely. Is this Appetite chain? I'll tell you what, if you're hungry for gemstones, got away with that one. Then start dialing the free phone number right now. A metre of rose gold plated sterling silver chain, but with 40 carats of your sky blue apatite set into the chain itself. Now, the actual gemstones themselves are 4 by 2 mil, so they're quite a significant size, particularly once you consider the fact they've been faceted, and again you get that gorgeous sparkle. But also, you've got one of the most popular colour tones for first-time investors in gemstone jewellery. So people tend to buy blue gemstones when they first start their journey into gemstone jewellery. And I love the fact that the sky blue tones have been set into rose gold plated. Excuse me, sorry. I just got caught short there with a little sneeze. My apologies. It's the pollen levels when the sun comes out. I'm sorry. So have a look at this. Gorgeous sky blue apatite. And I've already got people coming through on the phone lines. I have to warn you, I only have a limited number available in stock. In fact, fewer than 20 available. So if you are interested in adding this to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. You get a metre of chain here. We talked about a lot of different designs with these new chains, haven't we? With the chandelier style earrings, for example, or using them as extender chains, using the fact that you've got the smaller faceted gemstones on an anklet, for example, so you can keep the design quite subtle, but still make a big impact. And I have to warn you, I've only got single figures remaining in stock now. Let's get the price on screen, because this is proving to be very, very popular. $17.95, and you do get a metre of chain here. Sam's just saying that we talked about the waterfall style necklace where you have varying lengths of the chain falling down. Imagine that with the sky blue tones. That would look phenomenal, wouldn't it? And you do get a slight variation in the size and the cuts here, but it is very subtle, so it'll probably feed into your designs rather than, you know, being a decision you have to make. You're just going to get a little bit more texture, sort of layers of texture, I suppose, from the gemstones themselves. Think about how labour intensive it was to create these hand wrapped loops for each and every gemstone for a metre of chain. That's why we only ever are able to commission a limited number of these chains. That's why we now have a limited number available in stock. In fact, we've got single figures of availability on this particular item, flying out the door at $17.95. If you want to take advantage of this deal, then dial that free phone number right now. We're going to move on though, and we're going to give you another essential findings offer, this time one for all of the sort of vintage designers. I know that lots of people rely on the vintage looks, and I think that the antique bronze is where it's at for that particular style of jewellery. Have a look at this. You've got 100 pieces in total, sorry, of your antique bronze plated copper. And look at these head pins, the little heart-shaped head pins. Those are gorgeous. You've also got your ball head pins, your crimp beads, a metre of chain, your crimp bead covers, your ribbon cord ends, your shepherd hooks, your open jump rings, your fancy earring findings, your little detailed saucer beads, your toggle clasps, your S clasps, and your heart-shaped toggle clasp. So you've got a real array of findings here and lots of detail on the findings themselves. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number. Always important to stock up on your findings whenever you get the opportunity, and this is a wholesale deal. When we first launched the channel, we only ever had one findings pack option, and that was, I think it was 24, 25 pieces of sterling silver. Now we've got a huge array, and of course, as I say, as we've expanded the channel, a lot of our viewers have expanded as jewellery makers, and people are starting to carve out their own niche within the world of jewellery making. Lots of people focusing on vintage designs, and that is what your antique bronze tends to be used for, to create that vintage style jewellery. 100 pieces in total. There's everything you're going to get. And here comes your price point. Oh, it's an add it to your order price. It's a complete no-brainer. For anybody who's been looking down at their finding stash and maybe you haven't got the item you need, maybe you're feeling uninspired, maybe, as I say, you are focusing on one particular genre of jewellery making, you don't want to use your yellow gold plated sterling silver, or you don't want to use silver, you want that antique bronze finish. You can have it right now, 100 pieces in total for $7.95. An incredible deal, a wholesale opportunity for many. And we know that a lot of people do sort of contact us now to give us feedback about our products. Of course, if you have anything you want to say about anything that you've ordered, you can leave us a FIFO review, can't you? And lots of people saying, you know, I would have bought that kit, but I didn't like this strand, or didn't like the threading materials. Sometimes people buying our kits just to get hold of the findings. You can buy it right now for $7.95. We're going to move on. Whoa, how many of these have you got? Oh, a limited number available on this strand. Now, this is the strand which Mark was so excited about last week when we brought this to you. I mean, you can absolutely understand why any designer would be excited about working with this kind of quality of carnelian. We've actually always been successful in sourcing carnelian here at Jewellery Maker ever since day one, but we tended to focus more on sort of multi-tonal varieties, if you like, so you get a real mixture of colour tones. And of course that does give us opportunities as designers, but when you're thinking about carnelian, you want these sort of rich tangerine hues, don't you? And that's what you've got here. Now, I think Mark was talking about sort of doing a little bit of wire wrapping at the top of the gemstone to create that briolette finish. And actually, was it this, the strand where Mark was saying, despite the subtle cuts, you've got a lot of clearance at the top of the gemstone? I think it was. And so, from a jewellery making point of view, you can see that there, that you can, again, be quite heavy-handed with your design. You're not going to crack the gemstone because there is a bit of clearance between the drill hole and the tip of the gemstone itself, so very easy to incorporate into your designs. I mean, I think Mark set them in some earring designs using those large earring findings with the multiple loops, but actually I'm thinking about Mark's macrame designs where the gemstones sit proud. Look at that for an impact, those rich tangerine tones from your carnelian. Love this strand. And of course, this is an extremely high-end strand, comes from our Gems of Distinction range. You can see the quality of the carnelian both in the way it's been faceted and the saturation of colour. They range in size from 7x4 to 9x6mm, but we only have a limited number available at $8.95. Unbelievable. For that carat weight, for the quality of the carnelian you've got here. Oh, and we've just taken another £1 off the price just because it's a last in stock deal. Flying out the door now, $7.95 for some of the highest quality carnelian I've ever seen. And I don't mean just here at Jewellery Maker. I've been selling gemstone jewellery for a long time now, well over 6 years. And even in my days as a producer on Gems TV, I don't think I saw carnelian quite of this standard. It's absolutely phenomenal. Sort of ranging from the golden hues into the sort of marmalade tones, then you've got those rich tangerine hues, even a few cherry reds there. $7.95, but that price point only available for the next 6 minutes or more likely while stocks last. I can see that being a sellout tonight. We're going to move on. Whoa. Now this is another strand of Ametrine. Now we saw Ametrine earlier in the show and it was virtually a sellout, wasn't it? It was flying out the door. Oh, my word. Okay, I'm not going to show you the whole strand. I'm going to show you one gemstone and then see if the price point is justifiable for one gemstone before I show you the rest of the strand. What is it, 195 carats? 1, 2, 3, 4. We've actually got 11 gemstones. Look at the size of that gemstone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, there's no way that is only 18 carats. So I think we're probably double up on that. Let's say that that is going to be well over 20, possibly even 30 carats in that one gemstone. I'm thinking the middle of a chandelier now, Sam. How about that? Now this is actually Ametrine. If you look at the top of the gemstone, hopefully once again I'll be able to oh, actually it's a little swirl of golden citrine through that gemstone. Hopefully I'll be able to oh, we can see it on the one next to it. Here, you can see on the tip there, you can see the golden hue coming through. This one here I'm thinking of. Yeah, you see the citrine there, can't we? And we talked earlier about Ametrine and the fact that it is a one location gemstone. And it's basically Mother Nature's version of a happy accident. If I turn that around actually, you'll be able to see this big stripe of citrine that's going down the centre of the largest gemstone. We're estimating that, there you go, you can see it there, at about 30 carats in that one gemstone. I mean, that is a pendant, isn't it? That is the focal point of any design. The reason that I describe Ametrine as a sort of happy accident for Mother Nature is that there's just one mine in Bolivia where the gemstone forms. If maybe you weren't tuned in an hour ago, then we were bringing you this gemstone. Then we'll tell you the story quickly. Basically, amethyst and citrine form in similar areas of the world, generally South America, where we tend to get a lot of amethyst and citrine. And there's one mine where you get the hybrid gemstone. So where the Ametrine and the citrine, where the amethyst and the citrine sort of fuse together while they're forming, and you've got this one vein running between the two deposits of this hybrid gemstone, amethyst and citrine, forming Ametrine. And of course, your very passionate buyers, your repeat buyers if you like, who do have a passion for gemstone jewellery, may be aware of Ametrine and they may be aware of its rarity. You could always expect to achieve a premium price point on an Ametrine piece of jewellery, but when you look at the carat weights of these particular gemstones, you can absolutely demand higher price. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Has anybody ever seen a gemstone this large? Oh my word, just have a look at this. I don't know if I'll be able to capture this. There's a very slight inclusion in the base of the gemstone. And it's all, I think I just caught it. Look at that, a little rainbow, a little spectrum of colour in the base of the gemstone. This is the really interesting thing about Jewellery Maker for me, because we can have slightly greater criteria when we're looking at gemstones, and actually sometimes the inclusions can help to enhance the overall look of the gemstone rather than it just being dismissed. Can actually help to add character to your designs. I mean, that gemstone is totally ridiculous. I've just seen the owner of the company walk past. I hope he doesn't see this strand. He'll be saying, why on earth are Jewellery Maker selling top quality Ametrine of about 30 carats? Couldn't we have set that into a design for Gems TV? Well, we are giving you the opportunity to offer your customers a one location gemstone in a huge carat weight here. Checkerboard faceted? No way. $27.95. Okay, I'm really confident now in saying, would you be happy to pay $27.95 for this gemstone alone? Bearing in mind that I've estimated that it's going to be between 25 and 30 carats. So we're talking about, if somebody asked you to pay £1 a carat for a one location gemstone like Ametrine, I don't think too many people would be shocked at that price point. But of course, we're actually giving you 195 carats. Oh, sorry. Look at that. I mean, it's totally ridiculous. It's almost like we need a scale so people can really appreciate how large that is. Has anybody got a 50p? Just so I can hold it next to that gemstone, because I reckon it's about the size of a 50p. It's really, really large. You have? Ah, good, producer Liam's on it. Just so I can give you an idea of the kind of size of the gemstone itself. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Liam. So there you go, look at that. There you go, I was pretty much right. It's about the size of a 50p. So that is a very, very large gemstone, and hopefully that scale helps you to appreciate the carat weight that you're actually going to receive there. Again, it's not always easy to show you the very subtle variation between the amethyst and the citrine, but that's why you need to get this home and see it in the flesh. What was that, sorry? Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I won't run the country with your 50p. Deary me. There we go. I've definitely got a bad reputation in the building if people are worried about their 50p's. $27.95 for gorgeous Ametrine. And if you have never experienced the look of this gemstone in the past, then for me, this would be one to take the plunge. Get it home, see it in the flesh, and then you can make an informed decision. This is only featured on the show once before this evening on the morning show, where it was launched to our Freeview audience. And actually, am I right in saying that we have a Freeview audience 24 hours a day now? Within certain regions, if you've got Freeview HD and whatever else, whatever terms and conditions may apply. So have a look on the website if you want to figure that out. But yeah, I think that we're broadcasting to a Freeview audience right now. So $27.95 is the price point for 195 carats of Ametrine. But when I think about that carat weight spread across these gemstones, that's what's really significant about this for me. That is absolutely huge, isn't it? I mean, that is just totally ridiculous. I've never seen one gemstone having this much carat weight. Maybe in an agate slab or something like that, but certainly not in an actual faceted Ametrine. I mean, that is just totally ridiculous. I'll tell you what, this is one of the strands where if you create a design with this, I would take that for an independent valuation. You know, we've had some customers getting their jewellery valued at £200, £300, £400, even £500. If you include a 30 carat Ametrine as the focal point of your design, I reckon that could get a sort of 3-figure valuation. Can't guarantee it, of course, but that would be my prediction. $27.95. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you, despite the fact that I'm very excited about that. Aragonite. Very, very feminine and I would say tropical gemstone, actually. Have a look at this. And I think that this gemstone is known as iron flowers. Now, it's called aragonite because it was originally discovered in a town in Spain called Aragon. So, makes sense, doesn't it? And what we tend to find with gemstones is that they're either named after the person who discovers them or the region they're discovered in. Now, we do find aragonite across the world. Now, we find the same chemical composition occurring in different regions, but it tends to be named after the first location it was discovered, and that's true of this particular gemstone. And it was discovered in a town called Aragon, and now it's called aragonite. But I think a more romantic story is that the calcite that it actually forms from forms a sort of crystal lattice structure within the gemstone. And actually, sometimes you get these, I mean, here they almost look like a traditional banding, a traditional matrix, but sometimes they have almost the look of a branch-like structure inside, and so it's known as iron flowers. So it's quite romantic. Here comes your price point this evening for over 200 carats of peach aragonite, $7.95. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm thinking maybe bracelet designs for your holidays, because it's a very subtle and feminine colour tone, but it also has a little tropical hue to it, doesn't it? Maybe an anklet or a bracelet, just something that you can wear during the day on your holidays with your linens. Or what would you wear? What, I know I'm going to get this word wrong, but I'm thinking pool wear. Kaftan? Is that the right word? What is it called?
Bikini.
No, like a big floaty top that people put on over their bikini and swimming suit. Okay, Sam, you need to become as much of a fashionista as me so that I don't make mistakes. Text in if I'm right. Is it called a kaftan? More of a fashionista than Sam. That's it. Boom. Kaftan, I got it right, Sam. You didn't even know what it was.
I didn't even hear it.
Big dog. Fashionista. No, I was thinking, when you know pool wear, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Basically, when you're not wearing that much, when you're in your comfortable holiday wear by the pool, but you still want to be wearing a bit of jewellery, this is the kind of designs I'm seeing when I look at the gemstone. That's just the kind of imagery it evokes to me. It may have a completely different look when you put it into your designs. I think it's gorgeous, very, very feminine. I have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid, though, because it is now time for a premiere launch, Opal as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. And on this occasion, rather than offering you a wholesale bundle, a discount deal, we're going to launch a premiere strand, never been seen before. Kind of what I would describe as a bit of an alternative variety of opal, because I think traditionally when people think of opal, they think of that colour play, don't they, that pin fire. This has a very solid, almost opaque finish to it, so it's totally different to what we'd normally associate with opal, but I think it does offer us a lot of design possibilities. I'm thinking monochrome designs mainly, but of course, because it's so neutral, it will go with anything. But you're still working with a very, very well-known gemstone, something that people, I think, tend to have a sort of sentimental association with. Now, we've got a few theories about that, haven't we? One of the theories that we developed about opal and why people tend to have that sentimentality attached to it is that it's one of those gemstones that sticks with you from the first time you see it. So when you see it as a child, it tends to stick in your mind. And so we think that's why people have that sort of sentimentality attached to the gemstone. But it is, in fact, a very, very sellable gemstone because of people's awareness of it. And of course, it's October's birthstone. So you've got a lot of different facets when you're looking at a gemstone like opal, and also when you're considering selling your jewellery designs. So opal, for me, an essential gemstone to have within your collection, and of course here, a lot of design opportunities because of that opaque finish that you wouldn't normally associate with the gemstone. I mean, it might just be me, but all I can see is monochrome designs, the sort of 1920s flapper girl style designs, which, again, I think those kind of vintage looks are always popular. They're always going to sell. Absolutely gorgeous here. In fact, you know what? You could go from one end of the spectrum to the other, because you see those very high-end vintage designs giving you that sort of evening wear or that elegance that you'd associate with luxurious jewelry designs. Alternatively, you could go to the other end of the spectrum, sort of surfer-style jewelry. I think, have you seen those sort of shark teeth designs that people just have on cord? You could also emulate those kind of designs. So when I'm talking about design opportunities, we're thinking about how versatile the gemstones can be, and this is spanning so many different genres and ticking so many different boxes. We haven't even touched on the fact that each and every gemstone here has been hand faceted to perfection. So you're getting almost like a sort of a very subtle luster from the gemstone itself. They range in size from 8x6 to 15x8. And we've already got people adding this to their baskets at JewelleryMaker.com. That's the way to shop from us. This is the kind of thing, we offered you this cord bundle earlier. Actually, you can make a sort of a feminine version of those designs that you see a lot of teenage lads wearing. So you could take it down a feminine route if you're working with the baby pink cord. You could just set one gemstone onto the centre. That works for me. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, you can see that the solidity of the colour tones really comes through when you start to match this very neutral gemstone alongside other gems. I mean, if you take something very earthy like the Labradorite, oh wow. So, you know, it could be one of those gemstones that you use as an accent because it's unlikely to try and steal focus from your statement gemstone because it's so neutral. Okay, we are going to be able to offer you an exclusive launch price this evening for White Opal. This is going to be your best opportunity to get involved with this strand because we only have a limited number. We're launching it this evening and we're giving you an exclusive launch price. Add this to your order right now, 70 carats of White Opal for $9.95. We have launched this at under £10. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, represents the highest possible quality we can source for you in White Opal, and you can actually see that from the level and the standard of faceting that's been placed on the gemstone itself. $9.95, another no-brainer, particularly if you already have an order up and running with us today here at Jewellery Maker. Gorgeous, it's almost taking on other colour tones there when we do set it alongside gemstones. You can see little sort of sky blue flashes coming from the Labradorite and being reflected on the faceted surface of the White Opal. $9.95 is our exclusive launch price for this particular premiere launch, a star buy opportunity on White Opal. And the other thing I'm thinking is, if you do want to create those sort of briolette finishes to it, I'm just thinking, how about setting it alongside the carnelian? Because then you've got that very vivacious colour tone from that. Oh, and we're going above and beyond with our launch price. I didn't know we were going to do that. It hasn't actually worked. Oh, wow. So for the next 60 minutes, that is an add it to your order price for a premiere launch on White Opal. That's a great combo, right? And we're thinking about working with these because the cut is mirrored and you've got the very vibrant colour tone from your carnelian, and then you've got the sort of base tone, something that might act as more of an accent gemstone in your opal.
Like a pyramid necklace.
A pyramid effect necklace where with the wire where they go down like that. Yeah, that's a great idea. I love that. That's a great idea, Sam. So yes, you don't get the carnelian for that price as well, of course, although I think that was available at a very ridiculous price as well. $7.95 is now the exclusive launch price for this strand, but only for the next 60 minutes. So, as I say, even if you're caught in two minds, we've discussed how versatile this particular strand is, how many different opportunities it offers you as a designer. Add that to your order and utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee to make an informed decision on that Gems of Distinction strand of Opal. I'm going to leave that right there and we're going to go to a quick break because our next star buy coming up at 7:30 is a double star buy, back-to-back deals on your head pins, wholesale opportunities. Yellow gold plated head pins and rose gold plated head pins. These are going to be two separate opportunities but wholesale deals. You get 300 head pins on both deals, so you can't go wrong with that deal. Make sure you're tuned in 20 minutes time because that's when our next star buy is going to hit the air. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our Gems of Distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Book now to take part in the Gemporia experience. Take a behind-the-scenes tour of our TV studios, meet the presenters and learn about gemstones and jewellery. The price of £169 includes an overnight stay at the picturesque White Swan Hotel, a buffet lunch, refreshments and a 3-course dinner. Dates are limited, so call or email us now for an experience you'll never forget.
New to polymer clay? Then why not come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford and be introduced to this creative medium? Debbie will guide you through the basic techniques of creating bead shapes, canes, pendants, feature beads and much more. The full course includes black and white clay, a colour clay pack of your choice, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to the Gemstone Museum and our shop. And all this for just $64.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the late show here on Jewellery Making. My name's Ed. That's exciting, isn't it? Under £10. I like that. Under £10. So every item in the next segment of the show is going to be going under £10. Clues in the title. And the thing is about the late show, some people may be a bit confused, but we can really succinctly put it in perspective for you. It may be late,
but the deals are great.
He just can't wait, can he? Look how excitable he is. Jumping around like a gummy bear. Now, we have got so many deals coming up in the second half of the show. And our superstar buy coming up at around about 8:45 this evening is going to be this strand of Labradorite. Very, very exciting opportunity here at Jewellery Maker. We know that lots of jewellery makers enjoy working with this particular gemstone because it's been voted your favourite gemstone over the last year. Sorry. These are... There you go. You can see the Labradorescence perfectly on the recording there. Phenomenal colours that you've got there. Violet tones, ooh, that golden glow you've got there. Greens, purples, blues. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, as ever, we're going to give you an exclusive launch price on your Labradorite coming up as our superstar buy in about 90 minutes time. Coming up in just 15 minutes, and this is going to be a must-have for most jewellery makers, a wholesale deal on your head pins. You get 300 gold-plated head pins. There you go, you can see. There's probably 100 in each pack there. So 300 gold-plated head pins, and then straight after that launch, we're going to launch the rose gold variety, and you also get 300 rose gold head pins. So, wholesale deals on your essential findings. It's coming up in about 15 minutes. We're going to move on though. Ooh. Attention all soutache and wire workers. Start dialing the free phone number now. We only have 12 remaining in stock of these particular cabochons. And they are gorgeous, actually. They go pretty well with my tie, don't they? Oh, look at this. So these are the 3 varying sizes of cabochons. You only get 1 of the large one, but you get 2 of the medium, 2 of the small. Leaving you with 5 in total. Don't know why I'm holding my tie. I just thought the colour tone worked really well with it. So these are huge. The largest of which is 50 by 40. The medium, which you get 2 of, are 40 by 30. And the small are 30 by 20. So 5 in total, giving you over 300 carats. There you go, everything you're going to get. And here comes your price point for the last 12 in stock, $7.95. That's hugely impressive. Maybe you've just started your soutache designs. In fact, sorry, can I grab one design? Sorry, I'm back. I've seen a lot of this, the macrame and braiding techniques being used to frame the cabochons as pendants. Works to great effect, doesn't it? And of course you could frame them. Oh, now coming up at the top of the hour, we've got a 2, 4, 6, 8 mil round bundle. How about this for a soutache design? Frame them using the rip. That is gorgeous, right? Down to single figures of availability on the cabochon deal, so it looks to me like that's going to be a sellout. If you do want to add that to your order, it's available right now for $7.95. We're going to move on. Oh, I'll tell you what. These could almost be used in very similar designs, actually. Monochrome effect agate. So black and white here. Tones that, well, I suppose, ever-present combination of colour tones. We've just been discussing the sort of monochrome looks, haven't we, with the white opal. But here you've got it in one gemstone, and these are massive, or mahusive, as Lucy would say. They are 35 by 25 mil in size. I would use these as pendants. Or maybe the feature of an asymmetrical design, perhaps, or the sort of watch face of a bangle or a cuff design. You can see that right in the centre. Build your design around these gemstones, can't you, because they're so significant in size. Actually, the way the banding occurs, they almost have a sort of feather-like feel to them, don't they, as well? Sort of softness from that banding. I like these gemstones, actually. Lots of creative ideas when you're working with some of the larger gemstones, and I know that the huge agate slabs tend to be very popular. Now, one thing that you might not be able to see here is that these have got an ever so slight twist to the way they've been cut. Can you see that? So that's actually going to provide you with a little bit more depth to the design itself. We were talking last night with Janet about creating layers of texture within your designs. These are going to help you to build that sort of texture within your designs. I love these. Beautiful. 400 carats in total, but once again, we only have a limited number available. Here comes your price point. Whoa! I know we said under £10, but $6.95 is not what I was expecting to see. Just because of the carat weight, I suppose. I'm more traditionally used to selling much smaller carat weights for 3-figure sums on our sister channel Gems TV, but to bring you 400 carats of dyed agate for $6.95, well, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's another added to your order price. For anybody out there who's already got their order up and running, if you want to maximise on your 1 P&P per day of just $2.95, I would add those to your order. They're a must-have, aren't they? They're going to work in so many different designs, and for $6.95, you're essentially getting 7 pendants. So that's less than £1 a pendant for genuine gemstones. We are going to move on. Ooh, classic white pearls. Really? These are going to be a sellout. That's all I'm going to say about these, because I know the price point. These are genuine cultured pearls, 6 by 5 mil in size, and actually our buying team have recently visited China, where we tend to source a lot of our cultured pearls from, and they're actually showing us that there is going to be a rise in the price on pearls over the next 12 months or so, because the actual suppliers can no longer culture the pearls with such economic constraints being put on them. The price is expected to go up. They're basically saying there's a 20% increase on all the pearls we're going to be able to get from our suppliers. And if you consider the kind of relationship that we have with our pearl suppliers, that's been very long standing, nearly 10 years we've been sourcing pearls from our suppliers, and they're just telling us that they can no longer afford to actually culture these pearls with this kind of quality at the prices they're giving us over the last few years. And so we're expecting the price to increase over the next 12 months or so. In fact, it could be even sooner than that. By Christmas time, you could be expecting to pay much higher prices for pearls, not because we want to, but because we can only, you know, afford to operate within the commercial realities of the gemstone industry. And of course, if the price of cultivating the pearls is going to increase, then the price that the suppliers sell them to increase, and that is going to have a knock-on effect. We only have single figures remaining of this particular strand. I don't want to go on too much about the actual price, because I'll be honest with you, do your own research. Even if I added 20% onto the price of every strand of pearls, we'd still be blowing every other supplier out the water. I certainly can't find anybody that can compete with us. It's just that I don't think we'll be able to bring pearls of this quality for $6.95 in the coming months. So well done if you got hold of those. We're going to move on. Ooh, these are rather gorgeous. They're 5-petaled flowers, so they're hand carved into this shape. A lot of dedication for our lapidarists. 14 mil in size, so quite a significant look. 200 carats, and all in your golden tiger's eye. So you get this optical effect, this cat's eye-like effect known as chatoyancy. Look at that. Actually, it's really prominent on that particular gemstone. I love that. Almost looks like the stripes on a tiger, doesn't it? Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm thinking, once again, I know we talked a lot about charm bracelets and anklets, but I'm thinking just one of these as a charm. Actually, I see a lot of bag charms are quite popular, aren't they? Because a lot of people have the same bags these days, this is what I believe. And so if you're putting them into cloakrooms or what have you to distinguish, people tend to put a little charm on their bags. These would be perfect as bag charms, or even glass charms. Not sure that you'd get away with using this cut in masculine jewellery just because of the 5-petal flower carving. I think they're probably more suitable for feminine designs, but they're absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Oh look, I can really make the most of that optical effect you get there. See that? That occurs naturally within the gemstone. Beautiful. Gorgeous. So you're getting a lot of gemstones here, 200 carats in total. Wow, another incredible price point. Another add it to your order price, in my book, $6.95, because just, oh, what am I talking about? We know what 5-petal flowers are for, don't we? That's right, producer Liam. Rings. It allows you to really maximise on the profitability of the strand, because you need one gemstone to create a ring design, and perfect for anybody who's new to wire work, because the little carvings actually create your prongs for you. So you can just wrap the wire around the little indentations which create the petals. Gorgeous look. And with the golden tiger's eye having that more earthy tone, you can work with the copper, the antique bronze, the gold, the silver. Any wire will work. So yes, we must remember that, Ed. Okay, we're moving on. Ooh, Mexican fire opal. I'll tell you what, because of the cut you've got here, I'd set this with the carnelian droplets. Similar colour tones, you've got those rich tangerines. But of course the carnelian was faceted, briolette cuts. These are your polished rondelles. They range in size from 3x1mm to 6x4mm. Easily my favourite variety of opal, Mexican fire opal. Actually is, well, it's essentially fossilised lava. But because it's cooled so quickly, it's retained the fiery colour tones that you'd associate with hot magma. You've got that range, those golden tones, those tangerines, those marmalade-like tones, ranging right up to those cherry reds. And actually, this is the rarest variety of Mexican fire opal. It's actually known now as cherry opal. I can imagine how quickly the lava must have cooled to retain that kind of level of colour tone. Incredible. And amazingly, despite the fact that this is very, very rare to find in Mexican fire opal, because as I say, it does cool so quickly that you don't find this very often, but there's actually a little bit of pin fire on certain gemstones here. Regular viewers will know that it's not always easy for us to display this on screen, so I won't waste lots and lots of time trying to display it. It's not actually an optical phenomenon that you'd associate with this gemstone, but it's such high quality that you have got a little bit of pin fire on there on certain gemstones. Let's have a look at the current price then, because, oh, hold on a second. Oh, okay, Mexican fire opal. I wouldn't normally expect to see this gemstone in an under £10 section, just because it's very rare and it's becoming more and more sought after within the industry. That's just how we roll here at JewelleryMaker. And my producer's just given you a further reduction. He's taking it down to $7.95. And don't forget, this price point is only available for 60 minutes. So if you want to take advantage of the deals that we can bring you here at JewelleryMaker, if you want to make the most of the value we can offer you on genuine gemstones, then this is a must-have. Dial the free phone number right now, and you can own Mexican fire opal for $7.95. I tell you what, anybody who is using the Gems of Distinction range to develop their own gemstone collection, that's a must-have. I wouldn't even normally expect fire opal to be available at under £10. I mean, we've been able to bring it to you at $9.95, but right now, taking it down to $7.95 is totally ridiculous, and that's why I've got so many people multi-buying this particular strand. I imagine one's going into your gemstone collection, one going to be making jewellery, or one to create profit and one to create some jewellery for yourself. I mean, you're going to make your money back of, well, potentially half the strand on a bracelet. That's a £10 bracelet. Actually, what am I talking about? It's a £20 bracelet, isn't it? In fact, you could just use a few of these on your earring findings. All you need is a head pin. Add those to a head pin, wrap them onto a pair of shepherd hooks, and you've got a £10 pair of earrings, and you only need to use 5 or 6. Congratulations to everybody coming through for that one. Hugely impressive deal. And if you do want to create earring designs from your Gems of Distinction range, don't forget the head pin deals coming up in less than 5 minutes now. 300 head pins for one low price. Now we're going to bring you some of these detailed stardust beads. These are all 925 sterling silver. You get 10 beads in total. Oh wow, I've never seen these before. I don't think these have ever been available as an individual item before. Hopefully we can see the level of detailing on these. So what we've done here, from the looks of things, is taken some sterling silver, created little drill holes, and then placed a little circular bead inside that. Is that right? These are like little mini discos. There we go. That's a much better way of seeing exactly what you're getting. But actually quite a significant drill hole through the centre, so you're going to be able to get your satin cores through there. These are gorgeous. Can you imagine those set into a macrame bracelet? I'd wear that. So that work as a unisex piece potentially. You get 10 in total, 3 mil the beads, but you do get a large drill hole and you get a very interesting and intricate detailed finish on the surface of each bead. These are good. You've got to see these in the flesh to believe them, really. Let's have a look at the price point. We only have a limited number available. $6.95. Wow. Sterling silver. So this is, you know, precious metal. It's going to allow you to justify your price points. Actually, we hear from the experts that when you're working with sterling silver, your customers will almost expect to pay a premium, and these are something a little bit different. They've got a lot of character to them, and they're all hand created metal work coming from our Chandy collection. So each and every one of these has been created by hand, and when you see those little raised inclusions inside the bead itself, that's actually got a little frosted finish to it. I wonder whether some of our viewers may be maybe Wall of Fame winners this morning. So I've got a lot of people coming through taking advantage of all of these deals, or maybe you can just recognise the value that we offer you here at Jewellery Maker. I wouldn't be surprised. $6.95 for 10 sterling silver beads with that little frosted stardust finish from the little raised inclusions. I would absolutely add those to my order. $6.95. Have to leave that one there. Is it time now to launch a double star buy deal on your head pin bundles? Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for a star buy now, and this is a double star buy, so it's the same item, back to back with a slightly different finish. So we've got your rose gold, in fact I've got one here, rose gold plated copper, 41 mil in length. I mean, they're essential for all jewellery makers, aren't they? You've got the flat head pin, flat head on the pin, and you've got 300 head pins here. This is the perfect way to take advantage of a wholesale deal and to stock up on your essential findings. There's just 100 in that pack. You're going to get 3 packs. Those part of this deal, so you get 300 head pins in total. Wow. Exciting for me, of course, because I've been working on the channel for over 3 years, and when I first started we only had one findings option, all sterling silver findings, but now we are working with some of these base metals so that we can offer you wholesale deals, and the price points that we can bring you on these head pins are totally ridiculous. You've got a 3 mil head on the pin itself and 41 mil length on the head pin. So quite a decent length. You might not even need all that length. You could potentially, if you don't need all the length, chop it, put a little wrap loop on the top, you've got an eye pin. So there you go. You might not need to do that when you're getting 300 for a wholesale price, and I've already got lots and lots of people flying through on the phone lines. This is a deal not to be ignored, particularly when we're offering you precious metals in terms of the finish, and of course you've got your base metal there, which is copper, so very easy to work with the base metal itself. You can be a little bit more heavy-handed, but you've still got that very high-end rose gold finish, which works so well, particularly on the feminine designs, works with those feminine gemstones beautifully. Or of course it works with the likes of your copper wires, for example. So lots of wire workers rely on the copper wire. We had Laura on the show a couple of weeks ago. It ended up being a bit of a running joke just because she loves copper wire so much. The rose gold finish works perfectly with that copper wire as well. 300 in total. A wholesale deal. This is how we flex our value muscles here at Jewellery Maker, not just on genuine gemstones, but also on your essential findings. 300 in total. And here comes your price point. $9.95. It is an exclusive launch price. Can't guarantee it'll always be this price, particularly if you think about how rare it is for us to actually source precious metals like gold and how much more difficult it's going to become over the next 12 to 18 months, given that we haven't found any new deposits of gold in the last 24 months. So inevitably, the price of gold is expected to rise over the coming year or so. But we'll have a look at a little something because we've got people just see the length. So it says 3 mil round though. So that's the head. I'm thinking these are a little too thick for the very fine rondelles. You need the fine head pins for that. Don't know actually. You might be alright. You might be alright. Quite fine. I'm thinking it's about 1 mil. So anything smaller than 1 mil drill hole, you might struggle, but from 1 mil over, you're going to be fine. So you might even get them through some of the larger rondelles as well. You can see that there. 300 in total. You know, must have for all jewellery makers, an essential deal and a wholesale offer. $9.95 for 300 head pins. Not a price point we'd normally associate with a wholesale deal like this. But that's why I've got so many people on the phone lines. People multi-buying this, stocking up on their essential head pins. And as I say, if you have just tuned in, you do get 300 here for just $9.95. But it is expected that the price on gold will increase. And so, of course, I understand there's a base metal here. It is copper originally, but you know, even to put the plating onto the base metals may start to demand a premium here at Jewellery Maker because, you know, like we've said, we haven't found any deposits of gold over the last 2 years, and they estimate that if we took all of the gold that was available, we'd only be able to fill an Olympic size swimming pool, which is 60 by 20 meters. Some people estimating that it's more like 20 meters squared, the amount of gold we have available. That's all of the available gold in the world. There may be more gold deposits, and they sort of predicting, we're talking about experts in the field now, sort of predicting that maybe if they do exist, it's that maybe that they are available in the North and South Pole. We're going to bring the graphics for the gold variety on now, but just continue with that, because what we're thinking about is the fact that maybe there's more gold deposits, but we might have to start excavating South Pole and the North Pole, which in itself will probably carry a lot of political problems in itself, but also, of course, it's going to be very expensive to actually excavate in these sub-zero temperatures. So, to be honest, even if we did find lots of gold deposits in the North Pole, probably still going to affect the price point in the same way. You can expect to see the price on precious metals rise because we're just not finding any more gold. There was a lot of gold when the Earth was first created, but it's all been actually pulled into the core of the Earth, and so we can't get at that, of course. And so now it is becoming rarer and rarer. We do have the yellow gold variety, and that's what you can see the graphics for right now, and they are the exact same price. So $9.95 for 300 head pins. I know that lots of people enjoy working with the yellow gold plated copper for the same reason. You know, you get that robust finish from the base metal, but you get that high-end look from the yellow gold. Important to stock up on your gold plated findings whenever you get the opportunity, because in 2015 I'm expecting to have to charge much higher prices for these kind of findings, and of course these are essential. You know, we've got jewellery makers who are interested in soutache, some that are interested in wirework, some that are interested in polymer, some that are interested in classic beading. Whatever genre you work within, whatever gemstone you're passionate about, you're always going to need your essential findings, your gorgeous head pins. And it works out that you're paying just 3 pence per finding here, doesn't it? Because you've got 300. Actually, it's lower than that because it's at just $9.95. So 3p per finding. Unbelievable. That's what we are talking about when we offer you a wholesale deal here at Jewellery Maker. The chance to bring you 300 head pins. I remember when the findings pack just contained 10 head pins. People must have been, no wonder that the kits used to sell out so quickly, because we didn't have any individual head pins on the website itself. So if you wanted to get hold of a findings pack, you had to invest in a kit. So I imagine that in the early days, people were buying kits just to replenish their stocks of findings. Now, because of your loyal customer and the way we've expanded as a channel, we can bring you wholesale deals like this. Of course, we have to thank our buying team for being able to source items like this. 300 gold-plated head pins for under £10. Just think about the kind of price points you could pay elsewhere for essential finding deals like this. £9.95 for 300 head pins, and those are gold-plated as well. We'll leave that one with you. Congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone lines. Don't worry, if you do enter a short queue, you will be answered in the order in which you dial. And if you've added those to your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Now, coming up at the top of the hour, we've got another star buy for you. And it's this particular bundle. I've had a lot of requests recently for varying sizes, but of rounds. So people want their plain rounds, and they want 2mm, 4mm, 6mm and 8mm. Well, we've got it for you. We've bundled them together, and we will be able to provide you with another wholesale deal coming up in about 15 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. I'm going to move on though. Oh, and we've got another strand of amber. Don't forget, the amber was, I suppose, launched about 3 or 4 weeks ago now. Very, very exciting, because we had so many requests. Probably one of the most requested gemstones here at Jewellery Maker, amber. But we worked out that we're probably operating on about a 6-month cycle with amber, because the last time we had it was at the start of the year. And so, you know, again, stock up when you get the opportunity, because who knows how rare the opportunities to bring it to you will be. This is your honey amber. So these have more of the lighter golden tones coming through, which I imagine will suit so many people's designs over the summer months. It's almost like a sunshine yellow, isn't it? Now these are your 5mm rounds. I was thinking about amber macrame bracelets when we had the other strand earlier. Again, we only have a limited number available. These were launched over one weekend a few weeks ago, and they flew out the door. If you missed out on your opportunity to own these previously, then this could be your final chance to own this strand, because we only have a limited number in stock. And we've matched the same price we offered you on the last strand, $19.95 for your 5mm plain rounds of honey amber. And this is a much more subtle colour tone. I suppose a lot of people will associate the richer cognac tones with amber. These are some of your more subtle honey-like hues, and you've got it all available for you for $19.95, but only while stocks last. Probably one of the most organic gemstones available on the planet, one of those minerals that really captures people's imaginations. Of course, we know that there's a traditional association with amber because of a very popular movie in the 90s, but amber's actually been popular for a lot longer than that within the world of jewellery, and this is revered the world over. If you want the opportunity to offer your customers amber, then act now to avoid disappointment, because it is very limited in availability, and, you know, based on previous experience, it might be sort of the end of the year before we get it back in stock. I'm going to move on now, and got a chance now to bring you what's been classified as green sapphire, but I think it has a little silver hue to it, because it might just be the way it's been faceted. Absolutely catching the light, and it's sort of like a teal base colour, but when it sparkles you get that silver tone. This is going to create some very high-end jewellery designs. 20 carats in total. I just heard something rather shocking in my ear. I'm excited. Pete, are you excited? Did you hear what's happening?
I can't believe what I just heard.
He can't believe what he just heard. Even Pete's shocked. Do you know what, Bruce? That is the perfect sentiment. Bruce is directing the show tonight. He's on the wheels of steel. He's been working here for over 10 years. He knows his gemstones. He knows how this kind of stuff works, don't you? Now, my producer has been here for about 7 or 8 months. And clearly he doesn't know how it works, because he just said the words, I can take beep off this price. And Bruce said to him, turned to him and said, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Let's have a look at the current price. This is one of the big 4. And when you see the quality of these gemstones, this is the kind of quality I would associate with top-end jewellery designs. One of the big 4, gorgeous sapphires in this very unique colour tone. Of course, you do get sapphires in a real variety of colours. I think this has got a bit of a silver sparkle to it. If you set it into 925 sterling silver, you're going to absolutely be able to play on that, aren't you? Now, at $49.95 for 20 carats of sapphire, I'm 100% confident with that we're offering the best value on the market. Okay. Now, I don't know why we have such potential for a price reduction, but I know how low it can go because my producer's told me. But he's told me that he's not going to go that low unless he is confident that he's going to sell this out. Now, if you use the Gems of Distinction range to develop your own gemstone collection, start dialing right now. You're not going to be disappointed. We only need to see that you're on the lines. You can always throw it out your basket. You can always put the phone down when we do the price hash, but the more people we have on the phone lines, the lower we're going to take this strand. Currently available for $49.95. Just do your own research now. See if you can find 20 carats of sapphire for under £50. Doubtful. And the quality of this particular strand is out of this world. Perfect clarity, gorgeously faceted, so it's just sparkling away. And actually, when I look closely, I can see a lot more of the green hues as well. So you've got a lot of design opportunities with this strand. Faceted to perfection. And people are starting to come through on the phone lines. I can see a few people. You're not going to be disappointed. If your birthday's in September, treat yourself. Start dialing now. Because the price reduction we're about to offer you is phenomenal. Now, we've got enough people on the phone lines to sell around about half the stock, just under half the stock. So this is where we're prepared to go to sell out half the stock. There you go. Boom, down to $39.95. That's the lowest price point we have ever offered on this Gems of Distinction strand of sapphire. I'm going to say green silver sapphire. And if we see a few more names coming on the phone lines, you don't have to guarantee your purchase. We just have to see your interest in owning one of the big 4, one of the most revered gemstones on the planet, and my producer is prepared to go even lower, and I don't mean a little bit lower. So we've just taken £10 off the price point, and everybody who's placed this in their basket can absolutely be happy with the value they're getting there. We've just taken another £5 off the price point, down to $34.95. Around about 3/4 of the stock's now been allocated. If we see a few more people on the free phone number, we might just go even lower. We're already at the lowest ever price for one of the big 4, 20 carats of green sapphire, or silver sapphire if you like. And we've got a few more people on the phone lines. Let's take it down to a ridiculous low, $29.95. He actually said, I reckon I could take about £20 off the price point here. That is what prompted my director to say, just because you can doesn't mean you should, and you absolutely should not have done this, producer Liam. But, do you know what? This is our dream here at Jewellery Maker, to offer you the best value on the market for the rarest gemstones of the highest possible quality. Should be $49.95, and in 60 minutes time it will be $49.95. Right now you can take advantage of a huge price reduction. This might be one of the biggest price reductions we've ever done here on The Late Show. We've taken £20 off the price of what I'm going to describe as jewellery quality sapphire, because this quality of sapphire, I wouldn't even expect to see this set into 95 sterling silver, if I'm honest. In fact, I think you'd be hard pushed to find these sapphires set into 9 carat gold. These are the kind of quality sapphires, faceted to perfection, I'd expect to see set into 18 carat gold, or even platinum. You know, it sounds a little bit of an overreach when you look at the price point, but don't forget, we shouldn't be anywhere near that price point. Should be up at $49.95. We have just taken this to the lowest ever price, essentially a clearance price, but they are now flying out the door. Congratulations to everybody coming through on this particular deal. And don't forget, if you are developing your own gemstone selection and you want to become a gem collector, but you don't necessarily want to set these into jewellery designs, this is a strand for you. When we're taking sapphires, one of the big four, the choice for many princesses, they don't want diamonds, they want sapphires. This is unbelievable. $29.95. Don't forget that price point, only available for 60 minutes or more likely while stocks last. Well done to everybody who's come through on the phone line. And if you have placed it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Can't believe how low we've gone on that. Moving on now though, to another of our beautiful rosary style chains, the hand wrap loop chains with gemstones set into them, and you've got here 25 carats of gorgeous citrine. A gemstone that I always think should have greater associations with the summer months, but it is November's birthstone. These sort of like daffodil yellows, because you've got the variations in the colour tones here. Three by 2 mil in size, faceted again to perfection. Actually, do you know what? I know that lots of people are going to buy that and keep it in their collection, but how about this for a combination? The green sapphires and the citrine set into rose gold plated sterling silver chain. Oh, I love that. Because all of a sudden, now that I've placed it next to those golden tones, I'm almost seeing the midnight blue tones. Citrine and sapphire. How opulent does that sound? Don't have to actually use another gemstone along with these chains, because they do a lot of the work themselves, don't they? The chain itself is 1 metre in length, so you've got a lot of different design opportunities. Hand wrapped loops in between each and every gemstone, and each and every gemstone is faceted, so you're getting lots of sparkle. And you've got this very subtle hue here, which the gemstones are taking from the metal tone, I believe. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, we've talked about using these just as extender chains to help you justify your price points, or to help maybe push them up into that next price bracket. This is such an easy way to do it, because again, all the work's been done for you. Can you imagine how labour intensive it would be to actually create all of these hand wrap loops? Janet's an experienced wire worker, one of our guest designers who was on the show last night. She was saying it would take an age to actually create these, and that's why we only ever commission these in sort of conservative stock levels. We've got fewer than 50 of these available in stock. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Here comes your price point. $17.95 for 1 metre, even if the gemstones weren't on. the actual chain itself. Even if it's just a metre of rose gold plated sterling silver chain, $17.95 would be an amazing price. But factor in 25 carats of faceted citrine, and that is absolutely the best value on the market. Your opportunity to own a very opulent product here, because this can be used in a variety of different ways. I mean, can you imagine just using this on the neckline of a piece? Maybe just one gemstone as the pendant, but using the citrine chain on the neckline. That would look rather gorgeous, especially if you use this central stone, because it's actually, hopefully I'll be able to show you it. Oh, well, there we go. The Labrador essence that you get in there. There you go. Golden tones, citrine. So you could set that in, match your gemstones with your Labrador essence. There we go. Citrine tones from your Labrador essence. That's a gorgeous idea. $17.95. Don't forget that Labradorite coming up. Ooh, less than an hour as our superstar buy. I'm going to leave that one there. We're going to move on. Again, perfect combination. Black spinel and the golden tones, almost champagne-like tones from your citrine chain. Love black and gold. Looks so gorgeous together. Look at that. That's got evening wear written all over it, hasn't it? Very, very luxurious. Spinel, of course, famously mistaken for black diamonds so many times. And it's because you can actually get greater luster from black spinel than you can from black diamond. And you can see that there, can't you? If you don't know what luster is, it's that reflective sort of sparkle that you get with your darker gemstones. You can see it there on the faceted gemstone itself. Over 100 carats on this particular strand, and actually the way that it's been set onto the strand is actually giving us a bit of inspiration itself, because clustered, they look amazing. As we always say here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, you get more luster with a cluster. And it's absolutely true, because you actually get the reflection from one gemstone onto the other, so you're getting greater luster. Here you've got over 100 carats. These are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? They range in size from 7x5 to 9x6, so quite a subtle variation. I'll tell you what else would work really well with this. The faceted droplets of citrine, because the tangerine and blacks work really well together, don't they? Another of Mother Nature's little colour combinations. Thinking of a tiger. Orange and black. You like that? Look at Pete, he's burning bright, isn't he? I don't even know what that means. Right, let's get the price on screen for a Gems of Distinction strand of spinel. $14.95. That's right, that's right. I really love that price point. $14.95 for over 100 carats of black spinel. I'm going to stop embarrassing myself soon. I'm a lyrical miracle, don't worry about that. $14.95 for over 100 carats of black spinel. And of course, spinel actually shares the same crystal structure that you'd find in a diamond, and that's why with its single refractive index you get that very, very strong luster that's actually greater than that you'd find on a black diamond. So very impressive and elegant look there for just $14.95. I'm going to bring you another chain now, but these are much more, I suppose, fashion style links to the chain itself, because they're larger. They are 12 by 10 mil, and actually what you've got is an alternation between polished finish and a matte finish on each link. If you're thinking about vintage designs, this is perfect. If you're thinking about upcycling, this could be perfect, maybe as the strap for a handbag or to create the belt for a dress, for example. This is only featured once before this evening's show, and we're already down to limited availability. Ah, there's the price point. That makes perfect sense. Now you've got 1 metre in length on this, 100 centimetres. And these are flying out the door. If you want to add this to your order, I would advise dialing that free phone number right now. We started with limited availability and it had only been on air once before this evening. So that just goes to show the popularity of a piece like this. And again, you know, when you think about adding texture to your designs, an item like this can really allow you to go in a number of different directions. Like we're saying, it's all about design scope. You've got almost a vintage finish to the chain itself, but because of the size of the links, because of that variation between the matte finish and the smooth finish, you can actually use these in very contemporary designs as well, or even for completely different craft work. And of course, if you are inspired by Sam's suggestion of creating your own chandelier, they'd work on those. I'm thinking as the actual... No. I'm thinking once you've created the chandelier, you need to hang it, right? Because it's got that sort of that sort of archaic look, I suppose. It looks quite almost gothic in a design like that, couldn't it? You like that? Yeah. Ah, Sam likes that. She's gonna use. What's that, guys? They're just impressed with our dynamic duo design partnership, Sam. That's what it is. $6.95, it's flying out the door. I'm not surprised because it's an add it to your order price for an essential item. We're going to leave it there because it is now Star Buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. I thought you guys were going to burst into a rendition then. No. I was going to get them to come out and sing 2, 4, 6, 8, never too late. I'll stop there. We're not paying royalties. Not around here. Right. Right. If you want to see more of me performing as a singer, people say to me, Ed, you're a brilliant singer-songwriter. No, I'm joking. Right, never too late, because we get so many requests for plain rounds, but in varying sizes. We've decided to bundle them together, and we've given you some of our most popular gemstones and some of our most popular colour tones. So in your 2mm rounds, you've got the very feminine rose quartz. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got those pastel pinks. Then in your 4mm rounds, we have got your red quartz. Now these are quite an interesting colour tone. They're almost more of a sort of fuchsia tone. You've got very strong red hue coming through. What was that, sorry? Yeah, they're cranberry coloured. That's exactly what they are. Thank you, producer Liam. So yes, so sort of cranberry red tones from your 4mm rounds in your red quartz. Then I've got your white quartz in your 6mm. So of course everybody needs the neutrality of a white gemstone, and here we've got it in your 6mm rounds, which are so popular. I think because of their use in the likes of macrame and the classic beading techniques tend to rely on your 6mm rounds, don't they? So you've got your white tones there giving you 90 carats of quartz, and then in your 8mm rounds, this is classified as orange quartz, but it's not, it's yellow. It's a really strong buttercup yellow, and you can see that even on screen. So I don't know, I think they just like to throw me a curveball, whoever's doing these classifications. But don't worry about it, we're always going to be honest with you. These are a very strong, vibrant buttercup yellow. So that is your 2, 4, 6, 8. And unless you're dialing that free phone number right now, you might be too late, because they are flying out the door. And when you see the Star Buy price point, you won't be surprised. $8.95 for 4 strands of gemstones. I mean, I was thinking about the 2mm rose quartz earlier to frame the cabochons we brought you. That's gorgeous, isn't it? In a soutache design, perhaps? I think so. Beautiful variation of colours actually, but amazingly those would work quite well together, the pinks, the reds, the whites and the yellows. But you don't have to. The idea here is that we're going to help you to increase your gemstone stash with the essential cuts that you need to stock up on. Your 2mm, your 4mm, your 6mm and your 8mm. They're all plain rounds, and you've got rose quartz, red quartz, white quartz and yellow quartz. Absolutely perfect. A real sort of a fundamental colour palette there. Should be $8.95. And despite the fact that we've had lots and lots of requests for this particular bundle to be put together, my producer is not content with the amount of people he's got on the phone lines for this star buy deal, so he's going to take off what he can and make this even more desirable. He's taking it down to $7.95 now for 4 strands of gemstones. You know what that means? £1.99 per strand now. I don't think any of these strands are available on our website for £1.99, so that absolutely represents the best value of the night on genuine gemstones. If you want to add this to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now, down to $7.95. We shouldn't have gone anywhere near that price point, but my producer reacts accordingly. If he doesn't see enough people on the phone lines, he's going to take that price down even lower. We've taken this down to £1.99 per strand. In fact, it's a little bit lower than that. £1.99 per strand, and we've got a huge number of people adding this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. I think we're also going to end up with a short queue on the free phone number. Don't panic about that. You will be answered in the order in which you dial in, and if you have placed it in your basket, then make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Your essential 2, 4, 6 and 8mm rounds for just $7.95. Totally ridiculous, but that's just how we roll here on Jewellery Maker. I'll leave that one with you because we are going to go to a quick break. When we return, the final hour of the show, and that includes the Superstar Buy launch of Labradorite and a 5-strand Super Saver, so don't go away.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh and master the art of friendly plastic. Liz will guide you through the basics of using this medium, including how to shape and fuse your friendly plastic and how to use transfer foils, gleams and gilding flakes. You will make an array of projects throughout the day and pick up lots of handy hints and tips. The full course includes a selection of friendly plastic colours, a findings pack in silver copper plated wire, use of gleam, gilding flakes and foils, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Come and join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Come and and join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques, which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker, and we are now entering the final hour of our live broadcast for the day. But don't panic, because we always end with an exciting opportunity, and that is our superstar buy. This evening it's going to be the exclusive launch of this strand of Labradorite, and it's got everybody excited in JM Towers today. Look at this, rainbows of Labradorescence.
Hello.
Pedro! What a reaction!
I love that.
You like that?
Yeah.
How about this one?
Oh.
There you go. Your fan club are going to be on the phone.
Lab.
Hey?
I love lab.
You loved lab?
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? Most of our viewers do, Pete, because it has been voted our favourite gemstone over the last 2 years. And this is why. Because when people who have no real knowledge of gemstones and no real passion for gemstone jewellery see Labradorite, it makes them react in that way. When Pete says the words, hello, you know that you are dealing with a very interesting gemstone. That is coming up as our superstar buy in about 40 minutes. So not long to wait at all. Coming up in just 20 minutes time, another star buy, and that will be our 5-strand super saver, which will represent the best value of the day for genuine gemstones. 5 strands for one low price. But before that, we're going to dip back into clearance deals. So this is absolutely the way to maximise on your 1p and P here at Jewellery Maker. Gorgeous rainbow moonstone, June's birthstone, but actually a very profitable gemstone for a lot of jewellery makers, because when people see the agirescence you get, you see that there? That electric blue tone, very similar to Labradorite. Look at that. There you go. That's what you're looking for in your rainbow moonstone. And you've got it on this strand in abundance, 120 carats. These are little pyramids, actually. They're little triangular prisms, and so these will suit so many different designs and almost give an extra dynamic to the looks that you can create. Love it. Whoa, we've just taken it down to £6.47. This is my birthstone, so I was just getting a little bit up close and personal with it. Have a look at this. We're used to seeing electric blues, but how often do we see sort of apricot agirescence in a moonstone? Not very often, I can tell you that. So difficult with our studio lights. You know what? Regular buyers are already aware of the quality of our rainbow moonstone. If you can see any agirescence in the studio, you know that you're going to be able to see that much more prominently when you get the gemstone home, and that will give you a much fairer assessment of the quality that you actually see. Look at that, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Very similar effect to that we'd associate with Labradorite, but in a birthstone, moonstone. £6.47, a clearance price, totally ridiculous. We're now going to give you the chance to own another birthstone, but again, maybe an alternative variety that people aren't necessarily as aware of. That can actually lead to greater sales in the long run. I know that on the face of it, you think if people have got that personal association with a gemstone already, then they're more likely to make a purchase. And of course, when we think about garnet, we think about those rich red tones, but garnet is quite a unique group of gemstones, given that you can have a real variation in the colour tones, known as grossular garnets. It's because you get a different element within the chemical composition, and here you've got a sort of cinnamon red-like tone or a cognac-like tone from your hessonite garnet. But if you look at the gemstone itself, again, shares a crystal structure with the same as diamonds, so you get a single refractive index, and when you've got these polished ovals, look at that, it creates a sort of inner glow to the gemstone. That's really beautiful, isn't it? Just looks like a little fire inside the gemstone. These would be so comfortable on the wrist line or as an anklet, or even on the neckline actually, because they're these polished ovals. Should be, well, say should be, currently £7.95. This is gorgeous hessonite garnet. £5 and 3p to the penny. We have taken this down to a clearance price. 35 carats in total, and the beauty of a variety of garnet like hessonite is that, talk a lot to jewellery makers over the last few years, and they tell me that redheads are unlikely to invest in those very bold red gemstones like garnet. Perfect alternative, because this is probably complementary to the redheads, because you've got those cognac-like tones, those amber tones. Actually, I always think that gemstones that have this sort of colour hue are perfect all year round, because they work with such a variety of gemstones, from your pastel tones to your vibrant colours in the summer. So works no matter what, and at a clearance price, it's a must-have. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It is pretty much the highest quality of hessonite garnet we can source for you, but right now it's available at an add it to your order clearance price of £5 and 3p. We are going to move on. Ooh, how many of these have you got, buddy? Okay, we've got quite a healthy quantity, but the reason I asked my producer that question before we start is that if we're going to take this gemstone to a clearance price, I envisage the phone lines becoming extremely busy. Whoa, we're starting at £7.95. 400 carats here of crackled quartz. This actually feeds into something I was saying earlier, and the fact that as jewellery makers we do have a much broader criteria against which we rate gemstones. So actually, to the point where we can actually induce the inclusions to create texture and drama and personality within our designs. And here you've got a real variety of colour tones as well. So you've got the sky blues, the lemon tones, the clear quartz, this sort of tanzanite purples, and then you've got your baby pinks as well. If you want to get involved, my advice is to start dialing that free phone number right now. These are quite significant, look, because they're 12mm rounds. Currently £7.95, but we've just taken it down to, whoa, £4.80. I'm shocked, needless to say. £4.80. I can tell you that I actually bought a meal in a fast food restaurant, which I don't do very often, quite recently, and it cost me more than £4.80. We had that discussion before, didn't we, saying what can you get for under £5? And we were saying the only thing we could come up with was a fast food meal, but that lasts about 10 seconds, and you're still hungry afterwards. And I'm so bitter, aren't I? £4.80. I actually had to pay more than that for fast food, which I actually don't like the taste of anyway. I was well chuffed, can you tell? £4.80 though for genuine gemstones, multicoloured crackled quartz. That is a must-have. I'm surprised to see only a handful of multi-buyers actually. I suppose you do get a lot of gemstones and they are a significant size, so maybe people don't need them, but Nolene, that's the way to do it. You've just taken 3 strands for £4.80. It's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's a must-have at an add it to your order price. If you do want to get involved with that deal, I can tell you half the stock's already been allocated. We are going to continue with the clearance segment of the show. And we're offering you same gemstone, but this time a different cut. Faceted drums, are they? Or barrels? There we go. Faceted barrels. A little bit more solidity to the colour tone here. So rather than it being the pastel shades, this is more of the sort of vibrant colour tones. So that is a sky blue, but greater saturation of colour. Then you've got the sort of Barbie pinks rather than the pastel pinks. Lavender tones and your clear quartz, as well as, instead of it being more of a lemon hue, these are more of a sort of buttercup yellow. Gorgeous facets. Can you see them sparkling away? Currently available for $7.95, but we are going to take these down to a clearance price this evening for over 100 carats of multicoloured quartz in your faceted barrels. They're 9 by 6 mil in size. And we've matched the price. We've taken these down to under £5 as well. My producer just went, I actually shouldn't have done that. He's been pretty brave all night long. £4.80 for over 100 carats. Well, I was shocked when we brought you the plain polish rounds at that, but when you consider the amount of time and labour that's gone into actually hand cutting and faceting each and every gemstone here, that's, I suppose, why my producer's not too amused with what he's done there. But, of course, we want to give you the best deals on the market, and I'm confident that we've done that now. £4.80 for this particular gemstone strand is phenomenal. We've been texted in by Judith. It says, looking very dapper in your pink shirt, Ed. I have just been making cufflinks in pink quartz flower shapes. Judith, send me the design on Facebook. Maybe you're going to pick up a commission. I've got into my cufflinks. Actually do that though. Okay? So Ed Presenter on Facebook, lowercase p. Go and like me if you don't already, Judith. Send me an image of the cufflinks. I may well give you a commission. Can't say fair on that. You're getting business live on air. There you go. I like that. Brilliant. Go well with my shirt. Oh, what? Liam wants a cut for facilitating the deal. You'll have to negotiate with Judith, Liam. £4.80, a clearance price for genuine gemstones. We'll continue to bring you clearance deals at the moment, and here come little twisted or inverted pyrite ovals. See that there? It's almost a sort of little curvature to the gemstone itself. Gorgeous these are. They're little sort of like disco ball colours, aren't they? Or peacock tones, actually, because you've got your blues, your purples, your greens and your golds. So I think that's quite appropriate. It's quite strange, actually, because anywhere else, when you start to talk about peacock colours, people start to think about the peacock feathers, don't they? And most of the time people think, oh, I don't know, can't think of the last time I actually saw a peacock. But where we're based, in the West Midlands, there's a in fact, my local, round the corner from my house, there's a peacock that lives there. So I see a peacock like every day, so it's not strange to me. In fact, Percy's good friends with my son, Freddie. Yeah, go there for lunch sometimes. We walk in past, he'll say, Daddy, I want to see the peacock. So yeah, we've got gorgeous peacock-like colour tones here. Actually, I remember for a while, Jenny Cleary was on the lookout for a peacock. She wanted one to roam around her estate. I'm only joking. She's got like a bit of a farm going on. You might remember when her pig escaped and the police were called. Yeah, so she wanted a peacock. She was on the lookout for one. Don't know if she ever got one. Since the pig debacle, they said no to her peacock demands. I'm joking, by the way. She's a real animal lover. Oh well, everybody knows, yeah, passion for horses. So yeah, she wouldn't ever do anything to any animals except for look after them. £5.26 is the clearance price this evening for over 250 carats of rainbow pyrite You can see the way the gemstone traditionally forms in this golden tone, and that's why it's known as fool's gold. And I, you know, once again was a little naive in thinking that everybody would want gold pyrite. But actually, when I speak to the guest designers, they make me well aware that the coated varieties, these multicoloured tones, actually offer you so much more from a design perspective. And I'm just looking at these and I'm thinking, petals. Maybe if, like me, you're going to get your youngsters involved in jewellery making over the summer holidays, this could be the perfect addition to your collection. Just stow it away. A week and a half's time, you're going to hear the inevitable "Mum" or "Dad, I'm bored." If you've got your stash of gemstones and threaded materials available, honestly, you've got no idea how focused young people become when you give them a creative outlet. I think it's really important, actually, and it helps to help them develop their motor skills, helps them to express their personality, and actually gives them a real confidence boost, particularly if you get 137 people liking your design, like my daughter did. So there you go. Could be a great sort of hobby to cultivate with your youngsters. Oh, and yes, and Sam's in agreement with me. Oh yeah, you do it with your nephews and nieces, or cousins. Cousins, that's what it was, yeah. So Sam does polymer clay designs with her cousins, yes, I understand. £5.26 for what I'm going to describe as the peacock pyrite rather than rainbow pyrite. Another colour reclassification there from the big dog. £5.26 is your clearance price. We're moving on. Look at this rose quartz ovals here. Ooh. These are beautiful, very, very feminine. These go well with my shirt. Love these, so feminine. 90 carats in total. The gemstone of true love. And they are 10 by 8 mil in size. They're currently available for £7.95, which in itself represents the best value on the market. But we are, of course, in the depth of a clearance segment here on The Late Show. And I have to say, my producer has been going above and beyond with these clearance prices, and he's not going to let you down with this one either. My word. Under £5 for 90 carats of rose quartz. If somebody offered you, say, like a small piece of rough of rose quartz in one of those, you know, those little boutiques, the sort of touristy style shops that tend to sell those items, and it said £4.99 and there was like a little chunk, maybe like a little 10 carat piece of rough of rose quartz, you wouldn't bat an eyelid, would you? That's the kind of price point you'd expect to see. When you consider the fact that this gemstone has been cut, polished, and actually these are sort of calibrated sizes almost, aren't they? They are 10 by 8 mil. So that level of attention has been, you know, placed on these gemstones, polished to perfection, drilled as well, don't forget, for £4.98. That is actually something that we can be proud of here at Jewellery Maker, because it shows that we're doing everything right. We're getting the most competitive prices on the market for genuine gemstones, and we are absolutely passing those savings on to you. But of course, we have gone a little bit above and beyond on this one. This is a clearance price, so if you do want to take advantage of that deal, you need to be reacting to that price in the next 60 minutes, or more likely while stocks last. So start dialing that free phone number right now if you want to add 90 carats of rose quartz to your order for under £5. Absolutely ridiculous. I am going to have to leave that one with you though, because we've got a lot to fit in to the final half hour of the show. And so, without further ado, we're going to offer you our 5-strand super saver, the best value of the evening on genuine gemstones. It's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. This will actually be the last star buy of the evening, because after this we only are left with our superstar buy, which will be the exclusive launch of a new strand of Labradorite. There it is. That's coming up. Probably only about 20 minutes to wait for that superstar buy, actually. Right now, we're going to give you a wholesale bundle, and this really represents the best possible value we can offer you for genuine gemstones. I just realised what you were saying in the break, producer Liam. The price point would be justifiable for this one strand of pearls. You're absolutely right. Have a look at these pearls. I've got to start with them. They're absolutely gorgeous. Baroque pearls, so you've got slight irregularities in the shapes and the finish on each gemstone. That's going to show your customers that these were hand carved by Mother Nature herself inside that little oyster shell. Perfect for your bridal commissions, perhaps, or of course just for classic looks. In fact, Janet last night was talking about setting very high-end gemstones with pearls, wasn't she, and just letting the gemstone itself do the talking, if you like, because pearls do create the perfect backdrop to any jewellery design, don't they? They're hugely luxurious, they're very popular, most people are aware of pearls and the fact that they carry this inherent value, but because you've got that classic white finish, they work with any gemstone. In fact, I was thinking maybe the silver sapphires or the pink sapphires we saw here. Oh, actually, hold on. Boom. Red ruby and white pearl. This is actually what Janet was talking about when we said it yesterday, because we had a similar strand of rubies on last night's show. She was saying just rubies and pearls together, it sells every time, and people expect to pay a premium. You've got one of the big four and probably one of the most popular minerals on the planet there. Gorgeous pearls. And of course, as we know, the price of pearls will be increasing over the next 6 months or so. Not because we want it to, but because that is the commercial reality of sourcing pearls these days. Of course, we're still going to offer you the best value on the market, but expect the price points to increase on pearls. Okay, these are flying out the door. We actually have fewer than 50 of this particular bundle available, I'm afraid. So if you do want to add this to your order, please act now. We're going to bring the price on screen. £1.99 per strand on genuine gemstones. And we're not finished there. Along with pearls, your favourite gemstone, beautiful Labradorite. Incredible Labradorite. Gorgeous Labradorescence. Hopefully you can see that. Look at that. More of those sort of apricot tones there. I mean, if you were to bundle these two strands together, in fact, let's say you were trying to source 180 carats of Labradorite and 7x6mm cultured pearls from another supplier. $9.95 for these two strands. You probably think you're onto a winner. Probably order two. This is what we're talking about when we say that our price points are, and the way we're reacting to them, we're almost becoming blasé about what we're doing here at Jewellery Maker, offering you genuine gemstones for ridiculous price points. I'd be happy to pay $9.95 for the pearls and the Labradorite. I know that you'd make your money back of, well, probably half of both of those strands. If that, in fact. Over half the stock's now been allocated. I'm not even halfway through the design. If you want to see how effective these Labradorites are in a design, look at that. Another of Sam's gorgeous creations. The Late Show's resident designer, Samantha Robinson. Nice one. Oh, nice. She said only this shift size, resident designer. That's right, Defoy. You're going to have to get Scott making. Who else works on their shift?
Dan.
Oh, it's Dan, isn't it? I hope he's not watching. He's going to kill me. Dan Woodward. Get making. I can't see Dan making. Dan's a wrestler. I can't see him coming up with beautiful feminine jewellery designs. You're not a wrestler.
No,
Ah, you actually have me going for a minute there. Sam's like, well, I'm a wrestler. I was thinking, what?
Sumo. You're on the sumo wrestling.
Don't be so silly. Right. You can see how silly I am. Right, let's get back into this, because even though 3/4 of the stock's been allocated, we're not even halfway through what we're offering you. clear quartz here in your 3mm rounds. You can see, again, that's been used to great effect on this design. Sam's used these as the accent gemstone. And actually, oh yes, that's very subtle, I like that. That's really clever actually. So Sam's used the clear quartz to break up the chain within the design. I love that idea. So you can see this set along the neckline, goes back into the chain, and then accents the little sort of waterfall style droplets. Oh, you can't do that. I have to go back to that, sorry. Because I just got halfway through it saying it leads into the Labradorite and just cut away. So sorry, just in case you just saw the design for the first time now. Gorgeous clear quartz 3mm rounds, and then we've got these beautiful polished nuggets of clear quartz as well. Huge carat weight here, 350 carats, a very significant size. They range from 11x7 to 13x10, and then this sort of I'd say sort of coral coloured quartz, 6mm rounds there, perfect for your macrame designs, or actually it would work in so many different designs, wouldn't it? Work in very feminine designs as well. Gorgeous combination of gemstones, and of course an incredible star buy price point of just $9.95. Looks to me like that one's going to be a sellout deal, but if you do want to add it to your order, don't take my advice. Make sure you speak to a member of our award-winning help team who will add that to your order if you so wish. And if you have placed it in your basket, please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Lots and lots of people multi-buying that particular bundle, I'm guessing, for the pearls and the Labradorite. Although, actually, if somebody offered me these 3 strands for $9.95, I'd probably be quite happy. And Sam's just saying that if she was going to sell this necklace design on her Facebook page, she would probably expect to achieve a price point of around £10 based on the fact that she's used silver-plated copper. And then, of course, she's got the gemstones for $1.99 a strand. The time she's put in, she'd expect to make her money back off just that one piece. We are going to move on though. We've got a lot to fit in before we bring you our superstar buy, which is the Labradorite. There's a handful of the bundle remaining in stock, so don't panic too much if you do want to add that to your order. We've got 4 remaining, so you can still add it to your order for $9.95. We're going to move on though. Oh, sorry, Judith. Ed Presenter is my Facebook page. With a lowercase p, takes you through to the one where you can like. I don't know why it duplicated the page. I'm old these days. I'm in my 30s. Right, we're moving on. Should we do 14? Because, okay, so we showed everybody this gorgeous ruby, some of the highest quality ruby we've ever been privileged enough to source here at Jewellery Maker. Anytime we get to bring you the big 4, we get excited. And we talked last night to Janet about the idea of working with the big 4. She was saying her most effective and profitable designs, she keeps them simple. She sets these strong rubies with the classic pearls, and it tends to sell. And you can see why, actually, because the rubies become even more striking, don't they, when they're set alongside a strand of pearls. So anybody that just got hold of that 5-strand Super Saver, you've already made a huge saving. You may be able to maybe put that towards owning this strand of rubies, and it is rather phenomenal. Faceted rondelles here, quite subtle size, probably about 2x1mm in size, ranging up to 4x2. And that gives you 10 carats in total of beautiful ruby. And you have got that pigeon blood red tone that you normally associate with ruby. Sometimes I've seen rubies, and it is accurate to be getting that colour classification, but I've seen them and they can be almost like a hot pink tone, which is more a sapphire really, isn't it? These are not going to be mistaken for any other gemstone. They've got that strong cherry red tone that you'd associate with rubies. And of course, here you're dealing with July's birthstone. So this month's birthstone, and we are going to offer you the first ever price reduction on this particular strand. We've been going absolutely above and beyond with with these Gems of Distinction strands this evening, and we're going to give you another exclusive price reduction. Don't forget, it will only be available for 60 minutes. So start dialing that free phone number right now. In fact, there's a lot of people out there who, as we always say, use the Gems of Distinction range to develop their own collection. Wow, a £10 reduction down to $39.95. This has never previously been reduced in price, and maybe it'll never get another chance, because I would expect this to sell out at that price. We've never reduced it previously. This is your first, could be your last chance to own this strand of ruby for $39.95. And just look at the way it's sparkling. Again, you can see the amount of time and dedication that the lapidarist has put into placing each and every facet exactly where it would gain the optimum sparkle. 10 carats of ruby here, one of the big four, but with a £10 price reduction. $39.95. And don't forget, if you are working with these high-end gemstones from our elite range, we're finding that a lot of our customers are starting to gain very, very high-end valuations for their jewellery designs. In fact, I think it was a similar strand to this, combined with emerald and tanzanite, that one of our jewellery makers actually used to create a piece of jewellery that was valued at £500. And we're talking about actually mixing the ruby together with those classic white pearls. If you have a look at the depth of colour you've actually got on the rubies, combined with the pearls, that's why the ruby really starts to come to life when you put it next to the pearls, because it actually almost enhances the colour tone. I mean, if you just set maybe 1 or 2 pearls into a pair of earrings with a few rubies, if you're working with sterling silver or even gold-plated sterling silver, I would tend to set ruby into yellow gold. Looks a little better, and it brings out the very vivid red and purple hues that you get from ruby. I mean, how much would you expect to pay for pearl and ruby earrings? On the high street, you could be expecting to pay 3-figure sums. You can obviously offer your customers much more competitive price points when you're able to source one of the big four at a clearance price, $39.95. Congratulations to anybody taking advantage of that deal, because, as I say, it's never been reduced in price previously, maybe never again. 10 carats of ruby for $39.95. We're going to move on. Okay. Huge reel of chain here. This is your silver-plated copper, is that correct? The reason I can tell that it's the base metal is that look at the size of the links. Much larger size, they're 4x3mm. Significant look, perfect way to complete any design. And of course, most bracelet and necklace designs, if you are creating them to sell, you need to include an extender chain, because you just don't know exactly what your customer's looking for. 10 metres in total, another wholesale deal. And of course, we get excited often about being able to bring you a metre of chain, but 10 metres is going to go an awfully long way, isn't it? And it's an essential item for most jewellery makers. I remember, I think I might have done one of the first launches on chain as well and brought these reels to you. I remember I did one show, maybe it wasn't the first time, but certainly if it wasn't, it was a relaunch, and Kim was producing, had to go to an extended break because we melted the phone lines. We sold 600 reels in about 5 minutes. The call centre were really chuffed, as you can imagine. 10 metres of silver-plated copper chain. You can imagine why it's so popular, because it's an essential item, and here at Jewellery Maker, we give you incredible value. Let's have a look at our price point then for 10 metres of silver-plated copper chain, $14.95. Unbelievable price point. And you can just see how long this is going to last, because you've got so much chain there. I mean, it's a bit ridiculous really to rate a precious metal plated chain in terms of a length like this. 10 metres. Totally ridiculous. I'm not going to try and skip with it. I keep failing. It must be a late show thing. Done it twice in the morning show, no trouble. Pete, he puts me off. Pete's beady eye looking at me, it puts me off. 14.95 for 10 metres of silver plated copper chain. And my producer's telling me to move on because he could see me winding up to a skip there. He said, we ain't got time for your skipping. Got time for your tomfoolery. I always want to try it. I'm in training, you know. I'm boxing training. I really want to be able to do it. Why can I never do it on the Late Show? Ooh, it's already getting attached to me belt. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I think it's you two put me off with your worry. Have I pulled it out again already? I have. I can't hear anybody. So I've clearly damaged something in seconds. He's going mental. I can hear him and I haven't even got an earpiece. Come and help me, Pete. Come on. Find out what the problem is. I can't hear anybody. Do you know what I think we'll do? I think we'll film me skipping and put it on Facebook. Oh, I've just found it. There it was. It was connected to the chain. Okay, he's telling me to move on. It was connected to this. Oh, you're talking about the way I pronounced the word. Did I go a bit Vicky Carr on it? It was connected, man. It's 8:45 in the JM studio, and the chain has become connected to Ed. I can't do a Geordie accent. Now everybody knows that. 100 carats of green chrysoprase in your graduated faceted drops here. Actually, do you know what? This has made me realise that I've got to redefine a colour classification. When we talk about green amethyst, I always say, oh, you've got those apple greens. But actually, this is more similar to an apple green for me, these chrysoprase tones. Actually, you get a real variety here, don't you? You get your forest greens, you get your pastel tones, those sort of fresh minty greens there. And they range in size from 9x8 to 14x13. And do you know what? Talk a lot about this sort of folklore and the myths attached to gemstones, and it's interesting because chrysoprase, the association is that it gives peace of mind to the wearer. Tell you what, can you put 3 on my order? Do you want to wear it all the time? Peace of mind would be something that I think most people are looking for, really. There's lots of stresses in modern life. Maybe wearing a bit of chrysoprase will de-stress you, calm you down. Of course, I would never suggest buying a gemstone for that particular reason, but that's just the folklore attached to the gemstone, and of course, some people are really big on that kind of side of things. So, 100 carats in total, and here comes your price point this evening. $17.95. Wow. Now this particular strand of chrysoprase is some of the highest quality I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. We often see the sort of earthy inclusions on the surface of the gemstone. Those are actually the host rock. But look at this particular strand. No host rock there. Just that rich saturation of colour and a real gorgeous variety of those green hues there. Actually, do you know what? Thinking as leaves, sort of vine leaves in a wirework design. It's going to have a real sort of organic finish to it because you've got the variety of colour tones. 100 carats of green chrysoprase there for $17.95 from our Gems of Distinction range. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. What's going on here? Sam and Pete flirting on the studio floor instead of focusing on the show. What's going on here? I know, look at him. Listen, Casanova, you got a job to do, all right? I'm messing around, they were just talking. What's going on? Here we go. Ooh. Is this Imperial Topaz? Yes, it is. It's just because I got thrown earlier when I saw that strand of multicoloured topaz, and when I first picked it up it looked exactly like Imperial Topaz, and it's because you had these golden inclusions inside the gemstone, and that is what you associate with Imperial Topaz. It's one of the rarer varieties of topaz, actually, and it's absolutely beautiful. Again, it's about design opportunities. It's about the scope it offers you as a jewellery designer, and because of the variety of colour tones that you get here, and you get these because of those natural inclusions, this will allow you to work with the gemstone in a variety of different ways. If you want to create a very vibrant look, you can play on some of these daffodil yellows and golden tones. If you want to create more of a dramatic look, you can rely on some of these sort of more heavily included gemstones that are offering you this almost sort of a grey hue to the gemstone actually. Really, really beautiful, and of course most people are going to be aware of topaz because it's so readily available on the open jewellery market, on the high street jewellers. They tend to rely on topaz as well, don't they? I mean, just look at the variations you've got there. Again, very similar to golden rutile quartz actually, aren't they? Because the inclusions have that sort of spun sugar look to them. 100 carats in total, and here comes your price point. $19.95 for 100 carats of imperial topaz. This is one of the rarer varieties of topaz. You know, it's much easier to get hold of sky blue topaz, for example, but to get hold of imperial topaz, something very, very special, and at $19.95, that is a must-have strand. In fact, that's a way for you to expand your gemstone collection again, because you can actually take advantage of that price point and add imperial topaz to your gemstone collection for just $19.95. Absolutely phenomenal. 100 carats of imperial topaz for under £20. I will leave that one with you though, because it is now time to launch that gorgeous strand of Labradorite as our super star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our final shop opportunity of the evening. It's our superstar buy, and we tend to leave our most exclusive launch of the evening until the very end of the show, and tonight is no exception. Now, I've been thinking about Labradorite a lot recently because, you know, we don't like to be repetitive on the show. Presenters do try to, you know, find fresh ways to talk about the gemstones, but of course Labradorite is one of our most popular gemstones. We probably see this once a show, so I would say maybe 3 times a day we have a look at Labradorite. Obviously we have different people watching at different times of the day, and we want to offer these opportunities to all of our customers. I suppose one of the reasons that Labradorite is a little more talked about is because of its popularity, and of course that means that a lot of people are aware of the gemstone anyway. And so because it was voted our favourite gemstone 2 years running, it's always exciting to bring you Labradorite, particularly premier strands, because we know you've never seen this particular cut before, we know you've never seen that particular Labradorescence before. You know, that is exciting for us as presenters because we tend to have a real passion for gemstones and gemology just because of the length of service that we've been working at the Genuine Gemstone Company. And as I always say, gemology is one of those topics that tends to raise passions in people. The more you learn, the more you want to learn, because it's just an enthralling subject, isn't it? And actually we all do have that connection with Mother Nature. No matter what, you know, your actual hobbies or interests are, you know, if you go far enough back, we were all reliant on Mother Nature at some point. And the way these gemstones form is such an intriguing idea for most people. And the fact that it takes, you know, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years for these gemstones to form. Now, when we think about the way that, well, any rock forms, it goes through that natural rock cycle. If you think back to your sort of your school days in geography or chemistry, and you think about the way the natural rock cycle forms. Labradorite are part of the sedimentary rocks. I'm sure people remember that term. Sedimentary rocks, because clues in the title there, sediments of different rocks pushed down over, as I say, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years, and they create these sort of layered stones. So they actually are formed from layers of different rocks. You know that they say, you know, that then when it goes far enough down, it becomes part of the mantle of the earth. Then it gets sort of heated up and becomes magma and lava, spills out the volcano, comes back down and fossilizes as a rock again. So that's the traditional rock cycle. Labradorite is probably the epitome of a sedimentary rock, and it actually forms, well, originally formed in an area known as Labrador in Canada. It's a little, the Labrador Peninsula, like a little island near Canada, and well, it's part of Canada, but you know what I'm saying, near the mainland of Canada. It's a little island, and it's a big mountain there, and basically you can sort of see the rock cycle taking place, because you can see the rocks fall down the side of the mountain, they get pushed down. You can't see it because you wouldn't be old and you wouldn't be alive long enough to see it, but what if you were able to stand for somewhere for 10 million years? You'd be able to watch it, yes. So what I mean is, you can see how it would take place from the geographical nature of the island. You do find labradorite in other regions on the planet. As I say, gemstones tend to be named after the first area in which they are located. So this was originally discovered in Labrador, in Canada, and so it was named Labradorite, but you can find it in other regions in the world. In fact, I believe this particular strand was sourced in Madagascar. And one of the reasons why this is the epitome of a sedimentary rock is because of the optical effect that you can see here, known as labradorescence. So, because labradorite is formed from these different rocks being layered and pushed down under these huge pressures, what happens is that when the light enters the stone, because you've got these varying layers of different rocks within the gemstone species, when the light enters the gemstone, it passes through those different layers, and you can actually almost see the layers there, can't you? Can you see that? The way the actual lattice formation of the rock is actually broken up with those different layers. When the light enters the gemstone, it's passing through those different layers at different speeds, bouncing around inside of the gemstone to create this colour play known as labradorescence. And on this particular strand, it is hugely impressive. Look at this. Slight inclusion there. I don't know if we're going to be able to see that. Oh, I want to talk about this little rainbow-like spectrum of colour we've got at the bottom of the gemstone first. Not always easy to show you. And then look at the labradorescence there. Sort of turquoise labradorescence there, a mixture of the greens and the blues together. Love that. Okay, I've got people buying 2s, 3s, even 4s of this particular strand. And it looks to me like it's going to be a sellout. So if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. $14.95 is our exclusive launch price this evening for a premier strand of labradorite, a superstar buy. Congratulations if you have taken 2 or 3 of this particular strand. This is my producer's favourite one. I can understand why. You can really get a feel for the labradorescence there, can't you? It's almost like a little rainbow. Liam can see your rainbow. Congratulations to Helen, you've got 2, Louise, you've got 3, and an anonymous buyer who's taken 4 strands of labradorite. That is the way to do it. Maybe some people just want to get them home, see which one offers them the most labradorescence before they make an informed decision. Don't forget, we're never going to limit you to just 1 strand here. Very true. My producer's just saying, if you are investing in 3 or 4 of these with the intention of picking the best one, we think you're going to be disappointed, because when you see the labradorescence, you're going to end up keeping all 3. They are phenomenal, aren't they? Each and every one large enough to be the pendant within a design, so you can build your design around this one focal point. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gemstones on this particular strand. That is a sort of guesstimation, because what you are guaranteed is 130 carats. So you might find that you get 8 gemstones, you might find you get 10. but of course the carat weight will be reflected in the size of the gemstones. And here you've got 130 carats of Labradorite. Now, look at this. Very clever. So Sam was talking earlier about the idea of putting together a design and then sort of upcycling your own work by rehashing it, if you like, once either you're bored of the piece or when your attire changes season to season. So this would just be from daytime wear to evening wear. That's how I'm seeing this, because Sam has taken one of the Labradorites and set it into the centre of her previous design.
If you turn it over each day, it's a different
You get different Labradorescence on both sides of the gemstone.
So
So where she said it, so the way Sam said it, you can turn it round and you've got a different piece of wirework detailing and a different colour of Labradorescence. Love that idea, Sam. That is fantastic. And look at that. We will take a picture of this, upload it to Facebook. Is that okay? Yeah. And we're going to. I'll tell you what we should do. We should keep that piece, Sam, if you don't mind. That could be a potential competition prize for our next show, if you wanted to. Yeah.
If someone wants to win that,
I'm sure somebody would
finish
want
it
to
off
own that.
properly.
It's spectacular. I love it, and it's hugely gem heavy as well, because you've got Labradorite, green amethyst, and that huge Labradorite in the centre.
what I'd like to do is upload that onto Facebook.
Yeah.
And then people who have bought this,
Yeah.
I'd like to see what they've done with it.
Okay, that's the idea.
Okay,
Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to upload
well.
Sam's design onto Facebook. Should we just do it on my Facebook page, yeah? And then we'll put, if you got hold of the, do you mean seconds, Bruce? Of the Labradorite, then show us what you have created using that. What did you say? You said, I thought you just said 60 minutes. And I thought, oh, sorry. I'm totally misheard. There we go then. Sorry. We're just letting everybody into the inner workings of TV there, aren't we? We're ruining the illusion. Pete's ruined the illusion a long time ago, didn't he? Look at it. Look at his little face. Look at his cheeky little face. $14.95 is your exclusive launch price this evening for 130 carats of Labradorite. Oh, look at that Labradorescence. Each and every one. Very, very desirable piece there. And that's why I've got so many people multi-buying the particular strand. I am going to have to bring that to a close because we are now at the end of the show. If you do have anything you want to share with us, then send me a message on my Facebook page and we will endeavour to get those items on screen for you in the coming week. We are not here tomorrow, so it'll be Ali presenting the late show, but I will be back with you on Saturday morning with a pearl showcase. Now, I've already touched on the fact that the price of pearls is going to be increasing over the next few months, so make sure you tune in from 9 AM on Saturday morning when I'll be joined by Sheila to bring you the best possible value on the market for genuine pearls. Aside from that, just enough time for me to thank Sam for her lovely designs, Pete for his participation, Liam for the prices, Bruce for the shots, and for me to say thank you and good night.
Continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.